The sun began to dip low over the horizon, casting long and melancholy shadows across the murky waters of the Mississippi River. The heat in Louisiana was a living thing, a heavy and oppressive weight that pressed down on the shoulders of anyone foolish enough to be out on the water at this hour. The air was thick, with the scent of wet mud, decaying vegetation, and the sweet rot of the swamp. It was a smell that Arthur knew better than the back of his own hand. He sat on the edge of his small wooden skiff, his bare feet dangling just inches above the dark water. His skin was weathered and tough, like old leather, tanned by decades of unforgiving sun and biting wind. Deep lines etched his face, mapping out a life of hardship and barbarities. His hair was thin, and white wispy strands that danced in the faint breeze coming off the water. Arthur pulled the last of his nets into the boat. His joints popped and ached, a constant reminder of his advancing age. He was tired. It was a bone-deep weariness that sleep could no longer cure. He looked down at the bottom of the boat, where a few catfish flopped lazily, gasping for air. It was a good catch today, better than most days. There were 5 large catfish and a handful of smaller ones, enough to trade at the market for some rice and maybe a little tobacco. He let out a slow breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. The silence of the bayou was absolute, save for the rhythmic lapping of water against the wood and the distant cry of a heron. It was a lonely place, but Arthur had made his peace with loneliness a long time ago. He lived in a small shack that sat precariously on the edge of the riverbank, raised up on stilts to keep it safe from the rising tides. The house was not much more than a collection of weathered gray boards and rusted tin sheets held together by sheer will and the grace of God. It leaned slightly to the left, as if it were tired of standing upright. Moss grew on the roof in thick green patches, and the front porch creaked with every step. To anyone else, it was a ruin, a scar on the landscape. To Arthur, it was home. It was the only place he had left in this world, the place where his father had lived and died, and where he intended to do the same. Arthur picked up the wooden oar and began to paddle toward the shore. The water parted silently around the bow of the boat. As he approached the muddy bank, a shadow detached itself from the low-hanging branch of a cypress tree. It was a large bird, black as a moonless night, with feathers that shimmered with an iridescent sheen of blue and purple in the fading light. It did not fly away as he approached. Instead, it hopped down onto a piece of driftwood and cocked its head to the side, watching him with intelligent, bead-like eyes. Arthur smiled a small, sad smile that barely touched his eyes. He stopped paddling and let the boat drift closer. He reached into the bucket of bait and pulled out a small piece of fish gut. He tossed it gently toward the driftwood. The bird did not flinch. It waited until the offering landed on the wood, then hopped forward and snatched it up in its sharp black beak. It swallowed the morsel in one gulp and then looked back at Arthur, letting out a low croaking sound that sounded almost like a greeting. This was Shadow. He was not just a crow. He was the only companion Arthur had in this desolate place. 3 years ago, Arthur had found him half drowned in the mud after a terrible hurricane had torn through the delta. The bird had a broken wing and was shivering with cold. Most men would have wringed its neck and put it out of its misery, or simply left it to the alligators. But Arthur saw something in the bird's eyes, a fierce will to live, that mirrored his own. He had taken the creature in, splinted its wing with twigs, and fed it scraps from his own meager meals. It had taken weeks, but the bird had healed. And when it was strong enough to fly, it did not leave. It stayed. Shadow hopped from the driftwood onto the bow of the boat as it touched the mud. He walked with a strange hopping gait, his talons clicking softly on the wood. He looked at the fish in the bottom of the boat, and then up at Arthur. There was an understanding between them that needed no words. In a world that had forgotten them both, They had found each other. Arthur secured the boat to a cypress knee with a frayed rope and gathered his catch into a woven basket. The crow fluttered up and landed on his shoulder, its weight familiar and comforting. They walked together up the muddy path toward the shack. The sun had fully set now, and the sky was bruising purple and black. The cicadas began their nightly chorus, a rising wall of sound that vibrated in the humid air. Arthur felt a sudden chill despite the heat. He looked around, scanning the dark tree line. The shadows seemed longer tonight, stretching out like grasping fingers. The Spanish moss hanging from the oak trees looked like tattered shrouds. He had lived in the bayou all his life, and he knew its moods. Tonight the air felt heavy with something unseen, something ancient and foreboding. He climbed the creaking steps to his porch and pushed open the door. The inside of the shack was dim, lit only by the last gray light, filtering through the cracks in the walls. He set the basket of fish down on the rough wooden table and lit a small kerosene lamp. The golden flame flickered to life, casting dancing shadows on the walls. In the corner of the room stood a small altar. It was a simple thing, made of an old crate, covered with a cunning white cloth. On it sat a faded black and white photograph of a woman, with a kind smile and sad eyes. Next to it was a smaller picture of a young man in a military uniform, standing tall and proud. Arthur walked over to the altar and touched the edge of the frame. His fingers trembled slightly. He missed his wife every day. The silence in the house was loudest at night, when the memories came flooding back. And his son William was so far away, fighting a war in a land Arthur could not even imagine. He had not heard from William in months. The worry was a constant gnawing pain in his gut, a cold stone that never went away. He lit a stick of incense and placed it in a small bowl of sand. The sweet smoke drifted up, curling around the faces of the people he loved. Shadow flew from his shoulder and landed on the back of a wooden chair. The bird watched him intently, its black eyes reflecting the lamplight. Arthur turned to the bird and spoke, his voice raspy from disuse. He told the bird that they had a good catch today. He said that maybe tomorrow they would buy some rice and maybe even a piece of pork if the price was right. He spoke to the bird as if it were a person, as if it could understand every word. And perhaps it did. Shadow tilted his head and made a soft clicking sound in his throat. Arthur prepared a simple meal, cleaning one of the smaller catfish and frying it in an old iron skillet over a small fire. He gave the head and the innards to Shadow, who ate them with gusto on the porch railing. As they ate, the wind outside began to pick up. It whistled through the gaps in the tin roof, making the whole house groan. Arthur looked out the window into the pitch-black night. The river was invisible now, just a sound of rushing water in the dark. He thought about the land he lived on. It was not much, just a few acres of mud and trees on a bend in the river. But it was his. His grandfather had cleared this land with his own hands. His father had been born here and died here. It was the only legacy he had to pass on to William. But lately there had been whispers in the village. Men in expensive suits had been seen looking at maps pointing at the riverfront. They talked of development, of new docks, of money to be made. Arthur wanted none of it. He just wanted to live his days in peace and leave this small patch of earth to his son. But peace was a rare commodity in the bayou. He finished his meal and washed the plate in a bucket of river water. Shadow hopped back inside and settled on a perch Arthur had made for him, near the ceiling. The bird tucked its head under its wing, but one eye remained open, watching the door. Arthur lay down on his narrow cot, the straw mattress rustling beneath him. He stared up at the dark ceiling, listening to the wind. He had a feeling in his bones, a deep ache, that had nothing to do with the dampness. It was a warning. A storm was coming, he thought. Not just a storm of wind and rain, but a storm of greed and blood. And he feared that he and Shadow were standing right in its path. Outside, the wind howled louder, rattling the loose tin on the roof, like the bones of the dead. The river churned dark and deep, hiding its secrets under the surface. And high in the cypress trees the other crows began to call to one another, their voices rough and jagged in the night. They were gathering, waiting, for what Arthur did not know. He closed his eyes and prayed for his son. He prayed for his wife's soul. And he prayed that the darkness gathering outside his door would pass him by. But deep down in the pit of his stomach, he knew that some storms could not be avoided. Some storms had to be weathered, no matter the cost. The old man drifted into a fitful sleep, while the black bird on the perch watched over him, a silent sentinel in the encroaching dark. The wind that rattled the tin roof tonight was a mere whisper compared to the gale that had birthed their friendship 3 years ago. Arthur lay in the dark listening to the rising storm outside, and his mind drifted back to that terrible week when the sky had turned the color of a bruised plum and the river had risen up to swallow the land whole. It was the season of the great hurricanes, when the gods of wind and water seemed intent on scouring the earth clean of human presence. The bayou had been transformed into a churning, violent sea of brown water and debris. Trees that had stood for a century were snapped like dry twigs, and the air was filled with the roar of 1,000 freight trains. Arthur had ridden out that storm in this very shack, praying to every sign he knew that the pilings would hold. The water had lapped at the floorboards, seeping in through the cracks cold and smelling of the grave. For 2 days and 2 nights, the world was nothing but noise and fury. When the winds finally died down and the rain slowed to a drizzle, the silence that followed was almost more terrifying than the storm itself. It was a heavy, suffocating silence, broken only by the dripping of water and the distant cries of displaced animals. He had ventured out into the gray morning light to survey the damage. The world was unrecognizable. His small vegetable garden was gone, washed away into the river. The old oak tree near the dock had been uprooted, its massive root ball exposed like a gnarled hand reaching for the ski soy. Mud covered everything, coating the world in a slick brown slime. It was while he was wading through this muck, checking his nets for salvageable cord, that he saw it. At first he thought it was just a piece of black cloth, caught in the tangle of drift roots near the water edge. But as he drew closer, he saw a faint movement, a shudder that rippled through the dark mass. It was a crow. The bird was mired deep in the mud, its wings spread out in a broken crucified pose. It was soaked through, its feathers plastered to its skeletal frame, making it look impossibly small and fragile. One wing was bent at a sickening angle, bone visible through the dark down. Its head was bowed low into the mud, and its eyes were closed, as if it were waiting for the end. Arthur had stopped staring down at the creature. In the village, and all along the river, folks said that crows were messengers of the devil. They said that a crow in the yard meant death was coming to knock on the door. To touch one was to invite misfortune upon your house. Arthur knew these stories. He had heard them whispered by his grandmother and shouted by the preachers in the tent revivals. But looking down at this broken thing, he did not see a demon. He saw a fellow survivor. He saw a life that was fighting against the cold and the pain, just as he had fought against the loneliness and the grief after his wife passed. He reached down his rough hands, gentle despite their calluses. The bird did not struggle. It was too weak to fight. He scooped it up the mud, sucking at his boots as if reluctant to let go of its prize. The bird was light, weightless, almost like holding a handful of dried leaves. He could feel the rapid thrumming of its heart against his palm, a frantic drumbeat of life, refusing to be extinguished. He tucked the bird inside his coat, against the warmth of his chest, and carried it back to the shack. Martha, the woman who lived half a mile down the river, had come by the next day to check on him. She was a large woman, with a heart as big as the bayou. but she was steeped in the old ways and the old superstitions. When she saw the black bird resting in a box of straw by the stove, she had recoiled, clutching the crucifix around her neck. She told Arthur he was a fool. She said he was inviting darkness into his home. She warned him that the bird would bring ruin, that it would steal his soul while he slept. Arthur had just shaken his head. He told her that ruin had already visited him when he buried his wife, and that his soul was his own to give or keep. He would not let a living thing die just because of old wives' tales. Martha had left muttering prayers under her breath, making signs against the evil eye. Arthur did not blame her. Fear was a powerful thing in the swamp. It grew like the kudzu vines, choking out reason and logic. For weeks, Arthur nursed the bird. He set the broken wing with splints made from matchsticks and bound it with strips of old cloth. He caught grasshoppers and dug for worms, feeding the bird by hand, drop by drop, morsel by morsel. He cleaned its feathers, wiping away the mud and the blood, until they shone with that iridescent luster. He talked to it constantly. He told the bird about his day, about the river, about William. He poured all his silence into the bird, and the bird absorbed it all without judgment. There was a moment about a month after the rescue when the bond was truly forged. The wing had healed, though it would always have a slight crook in it. Arthur took the box out to the porch and opened it wide. He stepped back, giving the bird the freedom to leave. He expected it to fly away, to rejoin its murder in the high trees, to forget the old man and his dark house. The crow hopped onto the rim of the box. It stretched its wings, testing the air. It looked up at the vast open sky, then it turned around. It looked at Arthur with those intelligent black eyes. It hopped down from the box and walked across the floorboards, stopping right at Arthur's bare feet. It let out a soft caw and pecked gently at his big toe. Arthur had laughed a sound that surprised even him. It was the first time he had laughed in a long time. He named the bird Shadow because that was what it had been. Everywhere Arthur went, the bird followed. If Arthur was fishing, Shadow was perched on the bow of the boat. If Arthur was mending nets, Shadow was walking along the railing inspecting the work. The villagers thought he was mad. The crazy old man and his demon bird, they whispered. They crossed the street when he came into town to trade. They kept their children away. But Arthur did not care. He had found a companion in the desolation. He had saved a life, and in doing so he felt that he had saved a small part of himself. Shadow was not a pet. He was a witness. He was a guardian. Tonight, as the memory faded and the reality of the storm outside returned, Arthur looked up at the perch. Shadow was awake, staring down at him in the gloom. The bird shifted its weight and preened a feather. The storm 3 years ago had taken much from the land, but it had given Arthur this one small mercy. But the wind howling outside tonight felt different. It did not feel like the random fury of nature. It felt malicious. It felt like a prelude to something far worse than rain and wind. Arthur pulled his thin blanket up to his chin. He knew that the strength he had used to save Shadow would be needed again soon. But this time he feared that splints and warm milk would not be enough to fix what was about to be broken. The morning broke with a sky the color of a healing bruise. The sun dragged itself up from the horizon, heavy and red, casting a bloody light across the expanse of the bayou. The air was thick enough to chew, motionless and stifling. It was the kind of heat that made sweat stick to the skin like oil and turned every breath into a labor. Arthur pushed his skiff out onto the water early, seeking the cool that usually lingered before noon. But today there was no relief. The river was a sheet of black glass, unmoving and silent, reflecting the angry sky above with perfect clarity. He rowed toward his usual spots, the oars cutting through the water with barely a sound. Shadow sat on the prow, a dark silhouette against the crimson dawn. Usually, the bird would be vocal, greeting the day, with a series of clicks and caws, but today he was silent. His feathers were puffed out slightly, and his head darted from side to side, scanning the tree line, as if he expected an ambush. Arthur felt the bird's unease seeping into his own bones. He had learned to trust the instincts of the creatures that lived here. They knew when the world was tilting off its axis, long before men did. When Arthur cast his net, he expected the usual weight, the long drift, while hoping for a few stray catfish to blunder into the mesh. Fishing had been lean these past few months, as if the river itself was holding its breath. But the moment the weights hit the bottom, the line went taut. It jerked in his hands with a violence that nearly pulled him overboard. He braced his feet against the wooden ribs of the boat and hauled. The net was heavier than he could ever remember. He pulled hand over hand, his old muscles burning with the effort. As the mesh broke the surface, the water erupted in a frenzy of silver and gray. The net was full to bursting, catfish thick, as his thigh thrashed against perch and gar. It was a catch that would have taken him a week to gather in normal times. He dumped the writhing mass into the bottom of the boat, filling the hull until it rode dangerously low in the water. He cast again, thinking it was a fluke, a school passing through. Again the net filled instantly. By mid-morning, the boat was laden with fish. It was a fortune in meat and scale, enough to salt and smoke for the winter, enough to buy seed and tools, and perhaps even send a little money to William. Any other man would have been whooping with joy, thanking the Lord for this sudden bounty. But Arthur felt a cold knot of dread tightening in his stomach. In the bayou, there was a saying that the old folks whispered when the children were not listening. They said that the swamp was a jealous mistress. They said that when she gave with both hands, she was preparing to take with the other. A harvest this rich, this easy, felt less like a blessing and more like a payment, or a last meal. He looked around the river, trying to find the source of his unease. That was when he noticed the silence. The bayou was never quiet. It was a cacophony of life, with frogs croaking, insects buzzing, birds calling, and the splash of gators sliding into the mud. But today, the world was mute. The cicadas had ceased their sawing. The frogs were buried deep in the mud. Even the mosquitoes, those eternal plagues of the delta, were absent. The silence was absolute, and it pressed against his ears like water, deep down in the channel. Arthur looked at Shadow. The crow had hopped down into the mass of fish, but he was not eating. He pecked at a large catfish eye, usually his favorite delicacy, but then spat it out. He looked up at Arthur and let out a low, guttural sound that sounded like a growl. The bird hopped back to the gunwale and flapped his wings, looking back toward the house, toward the land. He wanted to go back. He wanted to be off the water. Arthur wiped his hands on his trousers, staining the fabric with slime and blood. He looked up at the sky. The red dawn had given way to a sickly yellow haze that obscured the sun. The clouds were gathering in the south, towering monuments of gray and black that looked like mountains growing out of the swamp. They were not moving with the wind because there was no wind. They were simply expanding, devouring the blue sky inch by inch. He grabbed the oars and turned the boat around. The hull was heavy, making the skiff sluggish and hard to maneuver. He rowed with a frantic energy, ignoring the burning in his shoulders. He needed to get off the river. He felt exposed, naked under that yellow sky. He felt as though he were being watched by 1,000 unseen eyes from the reeds and the cypress roots. As he neared his dock, he saw an alligator. It was a massive beast, easily 12 feet long, ancient and scarred. Usually the gators would sink out of sight when a boat approached or sun themselves lazily on the banks. But this one was swimming fast, moving with a purpose. It was heading upstream, away from the open water, toward the deep hidden creeks where the water was shallow and stagnant. It was fleeing, and it was not alone. He saw turtles climbing high onto the logs, snakes slithering up the trunks of the trees, and herons abandoning their fishing spots to fly inland. The animals knew. Something was coming. Something that terrified the ancient predators of the swamp. Arthur tied the boat up with trembling hands. He did not even bother to unload the fish immediately. He grabbed the basket with the few largest ones and hurried up the path to the house, his heart hammering against his ribs. Shadow flew ahead of him, circling the roof of the shack, cawing loudly now, breaking the supernatural silence with his warnings. Arthur reached the safety of his porch and leaned against the doorframe, gasping for breath. He looked out over his land, over the trees that marked the boundary of his world. The air had grown even heavier, if that was possible. It smelled of ozone and sulfur. The yellow light cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to stretch toward his house like grasping claws. He looked at the river, which was now blacker than ever, swirling with strange currents that had no business being there. He went inside and locked the door, a foolish gesture against the power of a storm, but a necessary one for his peace of mind. He went to the altar and looked at the picture of William. He hoped his son was safe. He hoped the war was far away from storms like this. He looked at the picture of his wife. He whispered to her, asking her what was happening, asking her to protect them. Shadow flew in through the open window. Arthur had forgotten to close and landed on the back of the chair. The bird stared at him, and for a moment Arthur saw fear in those black eyes. Real, intelligent fear. The bird knew that the bounty in the boat was not a gift. It was a bait, and they had taken it. Now the trap was set, and the jaws were beginning to close. Arthur sat down at his table, his hands clasped tight, waiting for the sky to break, waiting for the other shoe to drop in a world that had suddenly gone very wrong. The rain began to fall as the afternoon wore on, not in a cleansing deluge, but in slow, heavy drops that sounded like stones hitting the roof. Inside the shack, the air was still and hot, despite the coming storm. Arthur sat at the small wooden table, the yellow light of the kerosene lamp casting deep hollows under his eyes. In front of him lay a small tin box, rusted at the corners and dented from years of handling. It was his most precious possession, more valuable to him than the house or the boat, or even the land itself. He opened the lid with reverent fingers. Inside was a stack of envelopes, tied together with a piece of frayed twine. They were letters from William. There were not many of them. His son was a good boy, but he was not a man of many words. He wrote like he spoke, in short, direct sentences that hid more than they revealed. Arthur untied the twine and picked up the one on top. The paper was soft and worn, almost translucent, from the number of times Arthur had unfolded and folded it. He did not need to read it to know what it said. He had memorized every loop of the ink, every smudge where William's hand had rested. It was dated 6 months ago. 6 long, agonizing months of silence. In the letter, William spoke of the cold in Korea, a cold so deep it froze the breath in your lungs. He spoke of the mud and the noise and the strange food. He asked about the river. He asked about the fishing. He asked Arthur to make sure the roof was patched before the winter rains came. He did not speak of the fighting. He did not speak of the fear. He tried to protect his father, even from across the ocean. Arthur ran his thumb over the signature at the bottom. Your loving son, William. The ink was fading, turning a sepia brown that looked like dried blood. Arthur felt a lump form in his throat, a hard knot of grief and longing that made it difficult to swallow. He looked up at the photograph on the altar. William looked so young in the picture, his uniform crisp and new, his smile uncertain. He was just a boy, Arthur thought. A boy sent to do a man terrible work, and a life that did not want him. Shadow shifted on his perch and let out a soft, inquisitive croak. The bird flew down and landed on the table next to the tin box. He tilted his head, looking at the letters, and then at Arthur. He seemed to sense the old man's sorrow. He hopped closer and nudged Arthur, hand with his beak. Arthur sighed and stroked the bird-black feathers. He is a good boy, Shadow Asifno. Arthur whispered, his voice cracking in the quiet room. He is strong like his mother was, but he is too gentle for war. I worry that if he comes back, he will leave the best parts of himself behind in that foreign dirt. Arthur looked over at the picture of his wife. Her eyes seemed to follow him, filled with a silent reproach. She had made him promise on her deathbed to keep the family together, to keep the land safe for William. It was the only inheritance they had. This few acres of swamp and trees was not much to the outside world. It was flood-prone and mosquito-ridden. But to them, it was freedom. It was a place where a man could stand on his own porch and answer to no one but God and the river. But now, that promise felt like a heavy chain around his neck. The whispers in the village were getting louder. The men in the suits were getting bolder. They were not just looking anymore. They were asking questions. They were checking property lines. They were digging into old records at the courthouse. Arthur knew what they wanted. They wanted the river frontage. They wanted to dredge and pave and build. They wanted to turn his home into a shipping depot or a factory. He looked at Shadow again. "Do you hear them out there, boy?" Arthur asked. "The wolves are circling. Not the four-legged kind. The two-legged kind. The kind that smile while they sharpen their knives. They think I am just a foolish old man. They think I will sell for a handful of silver and move into a tenement in the city. They do not understand." Arthur stood up and walked to the window, peering out through the rain-streaked glass. The storm was picking up. The trees were bending under the wind, thrashing like wild things, trying to uproot themselves. He saw the dark shape of the river churning and rising. "I cannot sell," Arthur said to the empty room. "If I sell, where will William go when he comes home? He will have no anchor. He will drift like a piece of wood on the tide. This land is his blood. It is his mother's spirit. If I let them take it, I am killing him just as surely as a bullet." He turned back to the room, his face set in a grim mask. He felt a fierce protectiveness rise up in him, a hot anger that burned away the fatuaiki. He was old, and he was tired, and he was alone. But he was not helpless. He had weathered hurricanes and floods. He had buried a wife and raised a son. He would not be bullied by men who had never baited a hook or gutted a fish. Shadow cawed loudly, bobbing his head in agreement. The bird hopped onto Arthur's shoulder, his talons gripping the fabric of his shirt. Together they stood in the center of the shack, two survivors bracing themselves against the coming dark. Arthur felt a strange comfort in the bird weight. It was a reminder that he was not truly alone. There were eyes watching over him. There were instincts sharper than his own patrolling the perimeter. He went back to the table and carefully retied the bundle of letters. He placed them back in the tin box and closed the lid with a snap. He put the box back in its hiding place under the loose floorboard beneath his cot. Then he went to the corner of the room and picked up his old shotgun. It was a double-barreled 12-gauge, the metal worn smooth and silver by years of use. He checked the breech, making sure it was clean. He reached into a box on the shelf and took out 2 shells, sliding them into the chambers with a solid clunk. He snapped the gun shut and leaned it against the wall next to the door. It was a gesture of defiance, a line drawn in the sand. Let the storm come, he thought. Let the water rise. Let the men in their suits come with their papers and their lies. He would be ready. He would hold this ground until his last breath. He would hold it for William. Outside, the thunder rolled a long, low growl that shook the foundations of the house. The rain intensified, drumming a chaotic rhythm on the roof. The yellow light of the lamp flickered and dimmed, but it did not go out. Arthur sat back down in his chair, his hand resting on the table near the bird. He closed his eyes and let his mind travel across the ocean, reaching out to his son in the darkness, hoping that somehow William could feel his father resolve and know that he still had a home to return to. The crow watched him, unblinking, a silent witness to the old man vow. The night was just beginning, and the true test of their strength was yet to come. The sound of the engine was an alien intrusion in the natural rhythm of the swamp. It was not the coughing sputter of a local fishing boat engine, or the rhythmic thrum of a tug pushing barges down the main channel. This was a deep, throaty purr, a sound of power and precision that spoke of money. Arthur heard it long before he saw it. He stood on his porch, his shotgun leaning just inside the doorframe, out of sight, but within easy reach. The rain had paused briefly, holding its breath before the next onslaught, but the air remained heavy and electric. Arthur watched as a sleek white boat rounded the bend in the river. It cut through the dark water with an arrogance that made his hackles rise. The hull was pristine, shining even in the gloom, unmarred by the algae and mud that coated every other vessel in the bayou. It looked like a shark entering a pond of minnows. As it drew closer, Arthur could see the figure at the helm. It was a man he recognized, a man whose name was whispered in the village with a mixture of envy and fear. Silas Thorne. Thorne killed the engine as he drifted toward Arthur's rickety dock. The sudden silence was jarring. A deckhand, a young man with a nervous face, jumped onto the wooden planks and tied off the boat with practiced efficiency. Thorne waited until the boat was perfectly still before he stepped off. He moved with a careful, deliberate grace, treating the dock as if it were a stage. He was a tall man with a build that had once been athletic, but was now softening into the doughy thickness of middle age. He wore a cream-colored linen suit that was absurdly impractical for the weather and the location. His shoes were polished leather, already acquiring a fine mist of river spray. Arthur did not move to greet him. He stood his ground on the porch, his hands resting on the railing. Shadow paced back and forth on the eaves above him, letting out a low, rattling hiss that sounded like dry leaves skittering on pavement. The bird sensed the intrusion. It sensed the predator. Silas Thorne looked up at the shack, and his lip curled slightly, a momentary lapse in his composed mask. He adjusted his Panama hat and took a handkerchief from his pocket, dabbing at the sheen of sweat on his upper lip. He walked up the path, avoiding the puddles, with the fastidiousness of a cat. When he reached the bottom of the steps, he stopped and looked up at Arthur, with a smile that did not reach his cold gray eyes. "Good evening, Arthur," Thorne called out, his voice smooth and rich, like molasses poured over gravel. "I hope the weather has not been treating you too poorly. It looks like quite a storm is brewing out there." Arthur nodded slowly, his face impassive. "It is the season for it, Mr. Thorne. The river rises and the river falls. We make do. To what do I owe the pleasure of a visit? I know you do not come all this way just to talk about the rain." Thorne laughed, a short, dry sound. "You always were a direct man, Arthur. I appreciate that. A man who knows his mind is a rare thing these days. No, I did not come just for the weather. I was passing through, checking on some of my other holdings downriver, and I thought I would stop by. It has been a long time since we spoke." He took a step up the stairs, invading Arthur's space. Arthur did not step back. The smell of the man hit him then. It was a mix of expensive cologne, stale cigar smoke, and something else, something sour and metallic, that reminded Arthur of old copper pennies. It was the smell of greed. "I have been hearing things," Arthur Thorne said, leaning against the railing, as if he were an old friend. "I hear the fishing has been hard. I hear the house needs repairs. I hear your boy William is still over there in Korea, fighting a war that seems to have no end. It must be hard for you all alone out here, with nothing but the mosquitoes and the ghosts for company." He paused, letting the words hang in the damp air. He looked around the dilapidated porch, his eyes lingering on the rotting boards and the rusted tin. He was taking inventory, Arthur realized. He was calculating the value of the desperation he hoped to find. "We manage," Arthur said, his voice hard. "William is doing his duty, and I am doing mine. We do not need charity if that is what you are offering." "Charity," Thorne scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "Heaven forbid. I am a businessman, Arthur, not a priest. I am talking about opportunity. I am talking about the future. You see this land, this bend in the river, it has potential, real potential. But it needs vision. It needs capital. Things that a man in your position simply does not have." Shadow suddenly swooped down from the eaves, landing on the railing between the two men. He spread his wings and let out a harsh, ear-piercing scream. He snapped his beak at Thorne inches from the man's face. Thorne recoiled, stumbling back a step, his composure cracking. "Get that filthy thing away from me," Thorne snarled, raising a hand as if to strike the bird. Shadow did not flinch. He stood his ground. His black feathers ruffled his eyes, burning with a red intensity. He looked like a demon sent to guard the gate of hell. Arthur reached out and placed a calming hand on the bird's back, but his eyes remained locked on Thorne. "He is just protecting his home, Mr. Thorne," Arthur said quietly. "Animals are good judges of character. They know when something does not belong." Thorne straightened his jacket, his face flushing a deep, angry red. He glared at the bird with pure hatred. For a second, the mask slipped completely, and Arthur saw the monster beneath. It was a cruel, petty thing, a spirit that delighted in crushing anything that defied it. "You should be careful," Arthur Thorne said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Holding on to the past is a dangerous game. The world is changing. Progress is coming down this river like a flood. You can either build an ark, or you can drown. I am offering you a lifeline. Do not be foolish enough to slap it away because of some misplaced sentimental pride." Arthur looked at the man, looked at the expensive suit and the cruel eyes. He thought of William's letters. He thought of his wife's grave under the willow tree in the backyard. "This land is not for sale," Arthur said. "Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You can take your progress and your lifeline somewhere else. Now please get off my porch before the storm breaks." Thorne stared at him for a long moment, his jaw working silently. He looked at the shotgun leaning inside the door. He looked at the defiant old man and the black bird that watched him with unblinking malice. He tipped his hat, a gesture that was now dripping with mockery. "Have it your way," Arthur Thorne said, turning to leave. "But remember, storms have a way of washing away the driftwood. Make sure you are not swept out to sea when the levee breaks." He walked back to his boat, his steps heavy and angry. The engine roared to life, shattering the quiet once more. As the white boat sped away, churning the water into a muddy froth, Arthur felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. The first shot had been fired. The war had come to his doorstep. And as Shadow let out one final defiant call at the retreating figure, Arthur knew that only one of them would be left standing when the waters receded. Silas Thorne's estate, known as Blackwood Manor, sat on a rise of land that looked down upon the rest of the parish with a sneering superiority. It was a massive antebellum structure of white columns and red brick, surrounded by ancient oaks that draped their mossy branches over the manicured lawns like weeping widows. The house was beautiful, in a cold, imposing way, a stark contrast to the wild, untamed chaos of the swamp that bordered it. Inside, the air was always cool and smelled of lemon polish and old paper. It was a house built on blood and sugar, and Silas intended to keep it that way. He strode through the grand hallway, his footsteps echoing on the marble floor. He ignored the servants, who bowed their heads as he passed. They were ghosts to him, tools to be used and discarded. He was still seething from his encounter with the old fisherman. The sheer audacity of the man. to look him in the eye and refuse him, to speak of dignity and heritage while living in a pile of driftwood. It made Silas's blood boil. He was not a man who was used to being told no. In his world, money was the only language, and he had enough of it to buy silence, obedience, and land. He entered his private study, a cavernous room, lined with bookshelves that reached the ceiling. He went straight to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a glass of bourbon, drinking it down in one burning gulp. He slammed the crystal glass down on the mahogany desk and stared at the large map pinned to the wall. It was a survey map of the parish, detailed and precise. Red lines crisscrossed the paper marking property boundaries, drainage canals, and proposed levees. But it was the markings in black ink drawn by Silas's own hand that drew his eye. He traced a finger along the winding curve of the river until it reached the sharp bend where Arthur's shack stood. He pressed his finger against the paper, hard enough to turn the tip white. To the outside world, Silas Thorne was a pragmatic businessman, a tycoon of industry who dealt in shipping and real estate. But in the privacy of this room, he was something else entirely. He was a believer, not in God or the saints, but in power. Old power, the kind that ran deep beneath the earth, like veins of gold. Years ago, during a trip to the Far East, Silas had met a man, a geomancer, a master of reading the earth's energy. The man had told him about the ley lines, the dragon veins, the convergence points, where fortune and power pooled like water in a bassy stool. He had told Silas that his family's fortune was waning, that the energy of Blackwood Manor was dreeing up. To secure his legacy, to ensure that the Thorne name would rule this parish for another century, he needed to find a new anchor, a specific alignment of water and earth. Silas had spent a fortune surveying the delta, bringing in experts under the guise of looking for oil or mineral deposits. Finally, they had found it. The Dragon's Eye. The point where the river coiled back on itself, creating a vortex of spiritual energy that could make a man a king if he built his house upon it. And that point, that priceless spot, was occupied by a rotting shack and a stubborn old man who smelled of fish guts. The door to the study creaked open, and a young boy peeked in. It was Julian, his son. The boy was 10 years old, with the same pale gray eyes as his father, and a face that was already learning the expressions of arrogance and cruelty. He was holding a slingshot in one hand and a dead sparrow in the other. Father Julian said, his voice whining, "The cook won't let me shoot bottles in the kitchen yard anymore. She says I am scaring the chickens." Silas turned to look at his heir. He saw the dead bird and the lack of remorse in the boy's eyes. He did not see a monster in the making. He saw strength. He saw a boy who took what he wanted. "Ignore her," Silas said, his voice softening only slightly. "You are a Thorne. This is your house. You shoot where you please. Just do not break any windows." Julian grinned, a sharp, triumphant expression. He tossed the dead bird into the wastebasket near the door, as if it were nothing more than a crumpled piece of paper. "Did you get the land?" Father Julian asked. "You said we were going to build a new house by the river. A big one." "Not yet," Silas replied, turning back to the map. "There is an obstacle, a small, insignificant stump that needs to be pulled out. But do not worry, son. I will get it. I always get what I want." Julian shrugged and ran off, his footsteps receding down the hall. Silas watched him go. The boy was the reason for all of this. Silas looked at his own hands. They were starting to spot with age. He was not immortal. He needed to secure the future. He needed that land, not just for the wealth it would bring, but for the protection. The geomancer had warned him. Without the new anchor, the Thorne bloodline would wither. Sickness, madness, and ruin would come for them. Silas felt a shiver of superstitious dread. He would not let that happen. He would not let a peasant stand in the way of his dynasty. He sat down at his desk and opened a drawer. Inside lay a revolver, the metal cold and heavy. Next to it was a pouch of gold coins. He stared at them, weighing the options. He had tried money. He had tried reason. He had even tried a polite threat. But Arthur was like the cypress roots, deep and tangled. He would not move for wind or wave. Silas closed the drawer and steepled his fingers. The storm outside was battering the windows now, the rain lashing against the glass like 1,000 angry spirits. It was fitting. Violence was always the final language of the desperate and the powerful. If Arthur would not sell the land, then Silas would simply have to remove him from it. The law was a fluid thing in the swamp, especially for a man with Silas's connections. A tragic accident, a robbery gone wrong, a fire in the night. There were so many ways to solve a problem when you own the sheriff and the judge. But it was the bird that lingered in his mind, that damned black crow. The way it had looked at him. It was not the look of an animal. It was the look of a buffalo. Silas sneered at his own foolishness. It was just a bird, a scavenger. He would kill it too. He would mount it on his wall as a trophy, a reminder that nothing, not man nor beast, defied Silas Thorne and lived. He reached for the telephone on his desk. He dialed a number he knew by heart. It rang twice before a gruff voice answered. "It is done," Silas said into the receiver, his voice devoid of emotion. "The old man is stubborn. We move to the next phase. Tonight, the storm will cover the noise. Bring the tools and bring the poison. I do not want a mess. I want it to look like his heart finally gave out." He hung up the phone and walked back to the window. He watched the lightning fork across the sky, illuminating the vast, dark expanse of his estate. Tonight, the debt would be paid. Tonight, the dragon's eye would be his. And if an old man had to die to make it happen, well, that was just the cost of doing business. The world was built on bones after all. One more would not make the foundation any less stable. Or so he told himself, as the thunder rolled like a gavel, streaking the bench of a cosmic judge. The heavy rain that had threatened all afternoon finally began to fall in earnest as Arthur stood on the swaying wooden planks of his dock. It was a cold, driving rain that stung the skin like needles and turned the surface of the river into a boiling gray cauldron. He was working quickly, his fingers stiff and clumsy with cold, as he doubled the lines securing his skiff to the cypress pilings. The water was rising fast. He could see the mud line on the bank disappearing inch by inch, swallowed by the hungry current. If the storm surge pushed in from the Gulf, the river would overtop the banks before midnight. He tied the final knot and stood up, wiping the water from his eyes. His clothes were soaked through, plastering his thin frame like a second skin. He should go inside. He should bar the door and light the fire and wait for the morning. But something held him there, a prickling sensation on the back of his neck that had nothing to do with the rain. It was the same feeling a deer gets when the wind shifts and carries the scent of a wolf. He looked downriver. Through the gray curtain of rain, he saw a shape emerging from the mist. It was not the sleek white cruiser of Silas Thorne. This was a flat-bottomed swamp boat, battered and scarred, its metal hull painted a dull camouflage green that blended into the reeds. The engine was loud and unrefined, a coughing roar that sounded like a dying beast. Two figures stood in the boat, hunched against the weather. Arthur reached for the knife he kept on his belt. It was a fillet knife, razor sharp and thin, used for gutting catfish. It was a poor weapon against men, but it was all he had on him. The shotgun was inside the house, leaning uselessly against the wall. He cursed himself for his carelessness. He had underestimated the speed of their wrath. The boat slammed into the dock with a jarring thud, not bothering to slow down. The wood groaned in protest and Arthur had to grab the piling to keep his footing. The engine cut out, leaving a ringing silence filled only by the drumming of the rain. The two men stepped onto the dock. They moved with the heavy arrogance of men who were used to being feared. Arthur knew them. Everyone in the Delta knew them. The big one was Cletus, a mountain of slab muscle and fat, with a face like a clenched fist. He was known for his strength and his lack of wit, a man who broke things simply because he enjoyed the sound they made. The other one, the one who smiled, was Malachi. He was wiry and thin like a snake that had learned to walk on two legs. His eyes were yellowed and wet, and he always carried a long, curved skinning knife on his hip. They were Thorn's enforcers, the dogs he let off the chain when money and words failed. Arthur stood his ground, blocking the path to the house. He gripped the handle of his knife, his knuckles white. "You are trespassing," Arthur shouted over the rain. "This is private property. Turn that boat around and leave." Malachi laughed, a high, thin sound that made Arthur's skin crawl. He stepped closer, ignoring the warning. He stopped a few feet from Arthur, the rain dripping from the brim of his stained hat. "We ain't here for a social call, old man," Malachi said, his voice sliding out like oil. "Mr. Thorn sent us. He is a generous man, a patient man. He wanted us to give you one last chance, one last opportunity to do the smart thing before the weather gets truly nasty." Cletus grunted and cracked his knuckles, a sound like dry wood snapping. He stared at the shack, his eyes dull and hungry. Arthur looked from one to the other. He saw no mercy in their faces. He saw only the promise of violence. "I gave Mr. Thorn my answer," Arthur said, his voice steady despite the fear hammering in his chest. "I am not selling. Not to him. Not to anyone. Tell him to save his breath." Malachi shook his head slowly, clicking his tongue against his teeth, as if disappointed. "That is the wrong answer, Arthur," Malachi said, taking another step forward. "See, Mr. Thorn is worried about you. He thinks an old man living all alone out here is a tragedy waiting to happen. Houses catch fire. Boats sink. People slip and fall in the dark. Accidents happen all the time in the swamp. He wants to protect you from those accidents." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was damp, but Arthur could see the legal script and the line waiting for a signature. "Sign the paper," Malachi said, holding it out. "Take the money. Go find a nice dry room in the city. Live out your days in peace. Or stay here and take your chances with the storm. And believe me, Arthur, this is going to be a very bad storm." Arthur looked at the paper, then looked Malachi in the eye. He spat on the wet wood between them. "My answer is no," Arthur said. "And if you take one more step toward my house, I will gut you like a fish." Malachi's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold, flat stare. He dropped the paper, letting it fall onto the muddy dock, where the rain immediately began to dissolve the ink. "You are a foolish old man," Malachi hissed. "You think that little knife is going to stop us? You think anyone will care if you disappear into the mud? You are nothing. Just a piece of trash floating on the river." Cletus stepped forward, his hand reaching out to grab Arthur. Arthur tensed, ready to slash. But Malachi held up a hand, stopping his partner. "Not yet, Cletus," Malachi said, his eyes never leaving Arthur's face. "Not here. Not in the daylight. Mr. Thorn wants this done right." He leaned in close to Arthur, his breath smelling of tobacco and rot. "You hold on to that pride," Arthur, Malachi whispered. "Hold on to it tight. Because tonight, when the dark comes, it is going to be the only thing you have left. And it won't be enough to save you." Malachi turned and walked back to the boat, motioning for Cletus to follow. The big man glared at Arthur one last time, a look of pure, unadulterated malice before lumbering away. They climbed back into the swamp boat and fired the engine. Malachi didn't look back as he steered the boat away into the gray curtain of rain, disappearing as quickly as ghosts. Arthur stood on the dock, shaking. The adrenaline was fading, leaving him cold and weak. He looked down at the sodden paper on the wood. It was ruining the only thing he had fought to keep. He bent down and picked it up, crumpling it into a ball in his fist. He threw it into the river, watching the current snatch it away. He turned and ran up the path to the house. He needed to get inside. He needed the shotgun. He needed to barricade the door. The threat had been delivered. The time for talking was over. Tonight the storm would break, and with it would come the wolves. He burst into the shack and slammed the door, bolting it tight. Shadow was waiting for him, perched on the back of the chair. The bird let out a loud caw, flapping its wings in agitation. "They are coming, boy," Arthur whispered, sinking to the floor, his back against the wood. "They are coming for us." He looked at the shotgun in the corner. It looked small and insufficient against the darkness that was gathering outside. He crawled over to it and pulled it into his lap, checking the load for the third time. He sat there in the growing gloom, listening to the rain, listening to the wind, and waiting for the sound of a boat engine returning in the night. The fire in the grand hearth of Blackwood Manor had burned down to a bed of glowing sullen coals that pulsed with a faint rhythmic heat, like the beating of a dying heart. The library was shrouded in shadow, the only light coming from the embers and the occasional flash of lightning that illuminated the room in stark spectral relief. Silas Thorne stood by the tall French windows, his back to the room, staring out into the tempest. The storm had arrived in full force now. The wind was shrieking around the eaves of the house, tearing at the shutters, and the rain was falling in sheets so thick they blurred the world into a gray wash of water and violence. Silas held a glass of amber liquid in his hand, but he did not drink. His knuckles were white as he gripped the crystal. The tension in his body coiled tight like a spring. He was waiting. The grandfather clock in the hall ticked away, the seconds each pendulum swing, a hammer blow against his patience. He had sent his dogs to bark at the gate, hoping the noise alone would be enough to scare the old man into submission. He preferred it that way. Fear was a clean tool. It left no blood on the floorboards and no questions for the sheriff. But as the minutes stretched into hours, Silas felt a cold certainty settling in his gut. The old man was not the running kind. The heavy oak doors to the library creaked open. Silas did not turn around immediately. He watched the reflection in the darkened glass of the window. Two figures entered, bringing with them the smell of wet wool, swamp mud, and failure. Malachi and Cletus stood just inside the threshold, dripping water onto the priceless Persian rug. They looked like drowned rats, shivering slightly in the sudden coolness of this air-conditioned house. "Well," Silas asked, his voice low and dangerous, "do not tell me you are here to discuss the weather. Do you have the signature?" Malachi took off his sodden hat and wrung it out in his hands, water pattering onto the floor. He looked at Cletus, then back at the broad back of his employer. "He would not sign, Mr. Thorne," Malachi said, his voice lacking its usual oily confidence. "The old man is dug in. He threatened to gut us if we stepped on his porch. He has a shotgun, and he looks ready to use it." He threw the paper in the river. Silas turned slowly. His face was a mask of calm, but his eyes were burning with a cold gray fire. He walked to his desk and set the glass down with a precisely deliberate click. "He threw it in the river," Silas repeated softly. "He threw my generosity in the river. He is stubborn, boss," Cletus grunted, shifting his weight. "Maybe we should just go back and burn the place down. Fire solves a lot of problems." Silas looked at the large man with a mixture of pity and disgust. "You are a blunt instrument," Cletus, Silas said. "Fire is messy. Fire brings attention. Fire brings the neighbors and the fire brigade and the questions. We are not arsonists. We are solving a problem of inheritance. We are facilitating a transition." Silas walked around the desk and opened a small locked drawer on the side. He reached inside and pulled out a small glass vial. It was filled with a clear, slightly viscous liquid. He held it up to the dying light of the fire, watching the liquid settle. "Foxglove," Silas whispered almost to himself. "It grows wild in the garden. Beautiful flowers. But the roots and the leaves, they contain a potent secret. A few drops stops the heart. No pain, no struggle. Just a quiet slipping away into the dark. The doctor will call it a heart attack, brought on by the stress of the storm and his advanced age. No one will look twice at a dead old man in a shack." He placed the vial on the desk and pushed it toward Malachi. "Go back," Silas commanded. "Not now. Wait until the middle of the night, when the storm is at its peak. The noise of the wind and the thunder will cover your approach. He will be tired. He will be scared. He will be watching the door, but he will not hear you coming through the floor or the window." Malachi picked up the vial, his yellow eyes gleaming with a cruel understanding. He tucked it into his pocket. "And the bird?" Malachi asked. "That damn crow. It watches everything. It acts like a watchdog." "Kill it," Silas said, his voice flat. "Kill it first. Wring its neck or step on it. I do not care. Just make sure it is dead. I do not want any witnesses, not even a bird." "And Cletus?" The big man looked up. "Make it look like a robbery," Silas said. "Turn the place over. Smash the furniture. Take whatever pittance of money he has. It sells the story." A tragic break-in by drifters during the storm. The poor old man's heart just gave out from the fright. It is a sad story. The parish will mourn him for a day, and then they will forget. And the land will go to the bank, and the bank will sell to me. Silas walked back to the window. He watched a lightning bolt fork across the sky, illuminating the distant tree line, where the river bent like a snake. "Do not fail me again," Silas said, his voice barely audible over the thunder. "If that man is alive, when the sun comes up, you two will be the ones feeding the alligators. Do you understand?" "We understand, Mr. Thorne," Malachi said. "He is as good as dead." The two men turned and left the room, closing the heavy doors behind them. Silas was alone again with the fire and the storm. He picked up his drink and took a long, slow sip. The bourbon burned pleasantly in his throat. He felt a surge of power, a thrill of anticipation. He was reshaping the world. He was bending destiny to his will. The old man was just a dead branch that needed to be pruned so the tree could grow. He looked at his reflection in the glass. He saw a man of vision, a man of strength. He did not see the monster that Arthur had seen on the porch. He saw a king securing his kingdom. "Goodbye, Arthur," Silas whispered to the storm. "You should have taken the money. Now you will pay, with the only currency you have left." He finished his drink and turned away from the window, leaving the storm to rage against the glass. He had a dinner to attend to, and he wanted to be well rested for the news that would surely come in the morning. The dragon's eye was almost his, and nothing, not an old fisherman or his black bird, was going to stop him now. The die was cast, and the game was entering its final deadly act. The storm had transformed the world outside into a churning void of water and noise, but inside the small wooden shayak, the silence was a heavy, suffocating thing. Arthur moved through the dim room with a frantic energy that belied his years. He knew deep in his bones that the visit from Malachi and Cletus earlier that day was not the end. It was merely the prologue. The threats they had spat on his dock were not empty words. They were promises made by men who enjoyed the taste of violence. Arthur had lived in the swamp long enough to know that when a predator circled back, it did not do so to talk. It came to kill. He went to the heavy oak dresser that stood against the far wall. It had been his mother's, a massive piece of furniture filled with moth-eaten linens and old clothes. He gripped the edges, his knuckles white with strain, and began to drag it across the uneven floorboards. The wood groaned in protest, a high-pitched squeal that was swallowed by the roar of the wind outside. He pushed it until it was wedged firmly against the front door, adding a layer of dead weight to the flimsy iron bolt. It would not stop a determined man forever, but it would buy him time. And time was the only currency he had left to spend. Shadow was agitated. The crow flew from the back of the chair to the high rafters, his wings beating the stale air with a frantic rhythm. He would land for a moment, bobbing his head and letting out sharp staccato caws before taking flight again. He paced the length of the wooden beams, his talons clicking on the wood like the ticking of a clock. Every time the wind slammed a branch against the side of the house, the bird would freeze his head, snapping toward the sound, his eyes wide and alert. He sensed the encroaching malice, just as Arthur did. The air in the shack felt charged with static, with the electricity of impending violence. Arthur moved to the windows. The shutters were closed, but they rattled in their frames as if trying to break free. He took spare lengths of wood he kept for repairs and nailed them across the frames. The hammer blows were dull thuds in the noisy night. He drove the nails deep, burying them in the cypress wood, sealing himself inside his own home. He was building a fortress out of a coffin. He knew that if they wanted to get in, they would find a way. Fire or axes, or simply waiting him out. But he would not make it easy. He would force them to work for their prize. When the physical work was done, Arthur felt the adrenaline drain away, leaving him trembling and exhausted. He slumped into his chair, the shotgun resting across his lap. His hands shook as he ran them over the cold metal of the barrel. He had never fired this gun at a man. He had used it for snakes and snapping turtles and the occasional wild boar that tore up his garden. The thought of pulling the trigger on a human being made his stomach churn with a cold dread. But he knew he would do it. If they came through that door, he would not hesitate. He was protecting more than just his life. He was protecting the memory of his family and the future of his son. He looked over at the altar in the corner. The kerosene lamp was burning low, the flame dancing in the drafts that leaked through the cracks in the walls. The face of his wife in the photograph seemed to waver in the uncertain light, her expression shifting from sadness to fear. Arthur stood up, his knees popping, and walked over to the small shrine. He fell to his knees on the hard floor, bowing his head before the images of his loved ones. Margaret, Arthur whispered, his voice lost in the storm. I am afraid. I am so afraid. I do not know if I have the strength to hold them back. They are wolves, Margaret. They have no souls. They only have hunger. He reached out and touched the frame of the picture, leaving a smudge of dust on the glass. I promised you I would keep this place for William. I promised you he would have a home to come back to. But the water is rising, Margaret. The river is at the door, and the sharks are circling. If I fail you tonight, please forgive me. I am just one old man against a world that wants to crush me. Shadow flew down from the rafters and landed on the altar next to the picture. He did not knock anything over. He moved with a delicate grace, folding his wings tight against his body. He looked at Arthur, his head tilted to the side. He let out a soft cooing sound, a gentle trill that was starkly different from his usual harsh calls. He stepped closer and nudged Arthur's bowed head with his beak. It was a gesture of comfort, a silent assurance that he was there, that he was watching, that he was ready to fight alongside his master. Arthur looked up at the bird. Tears blurred his vision, turning the room into a watery smear. You are a good boy, Shadow, Arthur said, his voice thick with emotion. You should have flown away. You should have gone to the high trees where it is safe. Why did you stay with a foolish old man? There is nothing for you here but trouble. Shadow clicked his beak and stared at the door, his demeanor shifting instantly to alert. He puffed out his chest, making himself look larger. He was a warrior in feathers, a small black knight, defending his castle. Arthur wiped his eyes and stood up. He felt a strange calm settling over him. The fear was still there, a cold stone in his gut, but the panic had receded. He had done all he could. The door was barred. The windows were boarded. The gun was loaded. He had made his peace with his wife and his God. Now there was nothing left to do but wait. He pulled the chair into the center of the room facing the door. He sat down and rested the stock of the shotgun on his shoulder, his finger resting lightly on the trigger guard. The storm raged on a symphony of destruction, playing out in the darkness. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing at the shingles and the siding. The rain lashed the walls, sounding like handfuls of gravel being thrown against the wood. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the settling house sounded like a footstep. Arthur's eyes darted around the room, chasing shadows that danced in the flickering lamplight. He imagined he heard voices over the wind. He imagined he heard the splash of oars in the water beneath the house. His senses were strained to the breaking point. He thought of William far away in a trench in Korea. Was it raining there too? Was his son holding a rifle staring into the dark, waiting for an enemy he could not see? The thought gave him strength. He was sharing this vigil with his son across the miles and across time. They were both soldiers now, guarding their posts against the encroaching night. Shadow remained on the altar, his eyes fixed on the door, unblinking. The bird did not sleep. He was the sentry, the lookout, the guardian spirit of the swamp. Arthur watched the bird and drew courage from its stillness. They were a team, the old man and the crow, and as the grandfather clock in the corner chimed the midnight hour marking the turn of the day, Arthur tightened his grip on the gun. The witching hour had arrived. The storm was at its peak. And somewhere out in the wet black night, the death squad was making its final approach. The grandfather clock had long since ceased its chiming, leaving only the rhythmic pounding of the rain to mark the passage of time. To Arthur, sitting in the center of his besieged fortress, the world had shrunk down to the sphere of flickering yellow light cast by the kerosene lamp. Beyond that fragile circle lay a darkness that felt alive, a breathing, malevolent entity pressing against the thin wooden walls of the shack. The storm was no longer just a weather event. It was a shroud, a chaotic curtain designed to hide the movements of monsters. Beneath the floorboards, the river was rising. Arthur could hear the water slapping against the pilings, a wet rhythmic thudding that vibrated through the legs of his chair. The air in the room was thick with humidity, and the smell of ozone mixed with the scent of old fear. He wiped his sweaty palms on his trousers and readjusted his grip on the shotgun. His eyes felt gritty and dry from staring at the door, but he dared not blink. Shadow suddenly stiffened on the altar. The bird's head snapped toward the window on the left, the one facing the dense cypress grove. He let out a low hiss, his feathers puffing up until he looked twice his size. He did not call. He did not scream. He went completely silent, which was far more terrifying. The bird hopped from the altar to the floor and scurried under the table, pecking at Arthur's boot, as if urging him to move to hide. Arthur tensed, raising the barrel of the gun toward the window. He listened, straining to hear over the roar of the wind. At first there was nothing. Then he heard it. A heavy, wet sound like a boot sucking out of deep mud. It was close, right outside the wall. Then came a scraping noise, metal on wood. Someone was testing the shutters, trying to find a weakness in the armor. "They are here," Arthur whispered, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The scraping stopped. A heavy silence followed, stretched taut like a wire. Then came an explosion of noise that made Arthur jump in his chair. A massive blow struck the front door, shaking the entire shack on its stilts. Dust rained down from the ceiling rafters. The heavy oak dresser that Arthur had wedged against the door groaned and slid an inch across the floor, screaming against the wood. "Open up, old man," Cletus's voice roared from outside, booming over the wind. "We know you are in there. Do not make us tear this pile of kindling down around your ears." Arthur did not answer. He pulled the hammers of the shotgun back, the twin clicks sounding impossibly loud in the room. He aimed the weapon at the center of the door, right where the wood was buckling under the assault. Another blow struck the door harder than the first. The wood splintered. The iron bolt holding the door shut began to bend, screeching in protest. The dresser slid another few inches, its legs carving deep gouges into the floorboards. Through the widening crack at the top of the door, Arthur could see a flash of lightning, illuminating a wet, hulking shape on the porch. "Go away!" Arthur shouted, his voice shaking but defiant. "I am armed. I will shoot. I swear to God I will shoot." Laughter answered him, cold and mocking. It was Malachi. "Save your bullets, Arthur," Malachi called out. "You will miss. And then we will be very angry. Just open the door and let us talk. It does not have to end like this." Arthur did not lower the gun. He pressed the stock against his shoulder, bracing himself. He knew they would not stop. Talking was over. The third blow was a thunderclap. The hinges screamed and tore away from the rotted frame. The door flew open, slamming into the dresser with a money jarring crash. The dresser tipped over, spilling old linens and clothes across the floor in a chaotic heap. The wind and rain rushed into the room, instantly extinguishing the kerosene lamp. The shack was plunged into darkness. Arthur fired. The muzzle flash lit up the room for a split second, a blinding burst of orange and white. The roar of the shotgun was deafening, drowning out even the storm. In that brief strobe of light, Arthur saw Cletus standing in the doorway, a massive silhouette against the gray rain. The buckshot tore into the doorframe inches from the giant's head, sending a shower of splinters into his face. Cletus roared in pain and rage, shielding his eyes. He lunged forward, crashing over the fallen dresser like a bull charging through a fence. Arthur tried to bring the gun around for the second shot, his fingers fumbling for the trigger. But he was too slow. He was an old man, fighting a force of nature. A heavy boot kicked the shotgun out of his hands. The metal clattered across the floor, sliding into the shadows. Before Arthur could scramble away, a massive hand closed around his throat, lifting him out of the chair as if he were a child. Cletus slammed him against the wall, the impact knocking the breath out of his lungs. Arthur clawed at the hand, squeezing his windpipe, his fingernails tearing ruthlessly at the thick, wet skin. "Got you, you little rat!" Cletus growled, his face close to Arthur's. Blood was trickling down his forehead, where a splinter had gored him, making him look demonic in the flashes of lightning that flickered through the open door. Malachi stepped into the room, stepping delicately over the debris. He took a flashlight from his pocket and clicked it on. The beam cut through the dusty air, sweeping over the wrecked room. It landed on Arthur, pinned against the wall, gasping for air, his feet dangling inches off the floor. "Easy, Cletus," Malachi said, his voice calm and chilling. "Do not kill him yet. Mr. Thorne wants this done properly. Remember the plan." Cletus grunted and loosened his grip slightly, allowing Arthur to breathe in a ragged breath. He dragged the old man to the center of the room and threw him into the chair. Arthur collapsed, wheezing, clutching his throat. He looked up to see Malachi standing over him, the flashlight beam blinding him. "You should have signed the paper," Arthur, Malachi said, shaking his head. "You really should have signed. It would have been so much easier. Now we have to do this the hard way." Arthur tried to speak, to curse them, but only a croak came out. He looked around for Shadow. The bird was nowhere to be seen. Had he fled? Had he escaped into the night? Arthur hoped so. He hoped the bird was far away from this slaughterhouse. "Check the house," Cletus, Malachi ordered. "Make it look like a robbery. Turn everything over, smash the lamps, rip the mattress. Make it look like we were looking for money." Cletus grinned, showing teeth that looked like yellow tombstones. He moved to the altar, sweeping his arm across it. The picture of Margaret fell to the floor, and the glass shattered. The picture of William was crumpled in his massive fist. He kicked the table, sending the remaining dishes crashing against the wall. He was enjoying this. He was a vandal, reveling in destruction. Arthur watched helplessly as his home, his sanctuary, was systematically destroyed. Every crash, every tearing sound was a blow to his heart. These were not just things. They were memories. They were the physical remnants of a life lived with love and dignity. And now they were being reduced to trash by hired thugs. Malachi pulled up a chair and sat down opposite Arthur. He placed the flashlight on the table so the beam pointed at the ceiling, casting long, ghoulish shadows on the walls. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the small glass vial that Thorn had given him. He held it up, twirling it in the light. The liquid inside was clear and innocent, looking like rainwater. "Do not worry," Arthur, Malachi said softly. "This won't hurt. Not much anyway. It is just a little drink to help you sleep. Mr. Thorn sends his regards. He said you were a man of principle. He respects that. But principles do not stop the river from rising, and they certainly do not stop men like us." Cletus finished his rampage and came back to stand behind Arthur. He placed his heavy hands on Arthur's shoulders, holding him down. The weight was crushing. Arthur felt the cold seep into his bones. He was trapped. There was no escape. The storm raged outside, oblivious to the tragedy unfolding inside. Arthur looked at the vial in Malachi's hand. He knew what it was. He knew he was going to die tonight in this room, amidst the wreckage of his life. Fear washed over him, cold and sharp, but beneath it was a burning ember of hate. He glared at Malachi, his eyes hard and unforgiving. "You will burn for this." Arthur rasped, his voice returning in a whisper. "Both of you. God is watching." Malachi laughed softly, uncorking the vial. "God is not here," Arthur, Malachi said. "God does not come to the swamp when it rains. Tonight, there is only us." He leaned forward, the vial poised near Arthur's lips. The smell of the liquid was faint and sweet, like flowers rotting in a vase. The final act had begun. The storm outside screamed in protest, but inside the shack, death was being poured drop by drop. The glass vial pressed against Arthur's lips, cold and hard like the barrel of a gun. He clamped his jaw shut, grinding his teeth together until they ached. He would not open. He would not make it easy for them. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to pry his life from him inch by inch. He glared at Malachi, his eyes filled with a burning defiance that refused to be extinguished even in the face of inevitable death. Cletus grunted in annoyance behind him. The giant's fingers dug into Arthur's shoulders, bruising the muscle and bone. He shifted his grip, moving one massive hand to Arthur's forehead and the other to his chin. With a casual, brutal strength, Cletus began to squeeze. The pressure was immense. Arthur felt his jaw popping, the tendons straining to the breaking point. Pain radiated through his skull, a white-hot spike that made his vision swim. He tried to thrash, to kick out, but Cletus used his weight to pin him to the chair, rendering him immobile. "Open up, old man," Malachi whispered, his face inches from Arthur's. "Do not make me spill it. It is expensive stuff imported all the way from Europe just for you. It would be a shame to waste it on your shirt." Arthur let out a muffled cry of rage and agony, but his resistance was crumbling under the sheer physical force. With a sickening crack, his jaw was forced open. Malachi didn't hesitate. He tilted the vial and poured the contents into Arthur's mouth. The liquid was thick and oily. It tasted deceptively sweet at first, a cloying floral sweetness that quickly turned into a bitter metallic burn as it hit the back of his throat. Arthur tried to cough, to spit it out, to retch, but Cletus clamped a hand over his mouth and pinched his nose shut. The instinct to breathe, to survive, overrode his will to resist. He gasped for air, and in doing so, he swallowed the poison. He felt it slide down his gullet, cold and heavy, like lead shot. "Good boy," Malachi said, stepping back and capping the empty vial. He wiped his hands on a handkerchief, as if he had just touched something filthy. "See, that was not so hard, was it? Just like taking your medicine." Cletus released his grip and stepped away. Arthur slumped forward in the chair, coughing and sputtering. He raked his fingers across his tongue, trying to scrape away the taste of death, but it was already in his blood. It was already racing toward his heart. He looked up at the two men, his vision beginning to blur at the edges. The flashlight beam on the table seemed to stretch and warp, casting long, dancing shadows that looked like demons circling a grave. For a moment, nothing happened. The storm continued to rage outside, the wind battering the walls with renewed fury. Arthur sat there breathing hard, waiting for the end. He wondered if it would hurt. He wondered if he would see Margaret. He wondered if William would know. Then it began. It started as a fluttering in his chest, a strange erratic rhythm, like a bird trapped in a cage. His heart, which had been hammering with fear, suddenly skipped a beat, then two, then raced forward in a frantic gallop, before slowing to a crawl. A wave of nausea rolled over him, violent and sudden. His stomach cramped, twisting into a knot of pain that made him double over. He retched, dry heaving onto the floorboards, but nothing came up. The poison was absorbed fast, efficient, and merciless. He tried to stand, to fight, to do something, but his legs refused to obey. They felt heavy and numb, as if they belonged to someone else. He collapsed back into the chair, his head lolling to the side. The room began to spin, a dizzying carousel of broken furniture and shadows. He saw Malachi watching him, with a clinical detachment, observing the effects of the toxin, like a scientist watching a lab rat die. "It is kicking in," Malachi observed, checking his pocket watch. "Foxglove is a nasty little plant, if you do not treat it with respect. It confuses the heart, you see. Tells it to beat fast, then slow, then stop altogether. It is a confused way to die, but keep it. Very quiet." Arthur tried to speak, but his tongue felt swollen, filling his mouth like a sponge. He wanted to curse them, to damn them to the deepest pit of hell, but all that came out was a wet, gurgling sound. He felt a coldness spreading from his core, radiating out to his fingertips and toes. It was the cold of the river in winter, the cold of the mud at the bottom of the channel. He was drowning on dry land. His vision was failing now. The world was losing its color, fading into a wash of gray and yellow halos. He looked toward the door, toward the freedom of the storm, but it seemed miles away, down a long, dark tunnel. He saw Cletus moving around the room, picking up objects and smashing them against the wall. The big man was thorough. He overturned the mattress, ripping the fabric with a knife. He pulled drawers out of the dresser and dumped their contents on the floor. He was staging the scene, creating the lie that would bury the truth. Arthur's breath came in shallow, ragged gasps. His lungs felt like they were filled with concrete. He fought for every molecule of oxygen, his body betraying him, inch by inch. The pain in his chest was a dull ache now, a heavy pressure, as if an elephant were sitting on his sternum. He knew he only had minutes left. Perhaps seconds. He thought of the letters in the tin box under the floorboards. He hoped they wouldn't find them. He hoped William would find them one day, and know that his father had kept them safe. He thought of the land, the wet, muddy earth that had sustained his family for generations. He could feel it slipping away, sliding through his fingers like silt. He had failed. The realization was more painful than the poison. He had failed Margaret. He had failed William. The wolves had gotten in, and he was too weak to stop them. Malachi walked over and leaned down, peering into Arthur's face. "Almost done," Malachi said, his voice sounding distant and distorted, as if coming from underwater. "Just let go, old man. Do not fight it." It is easier if you just let go. The bank will take the land in the morning. Mr. Thorne will buy it by the afternoon. By next week, this shack will be a pile of ash and bulldozers will be leveling the ground. You will be forgotten, Arthur. Just a name on a headstone that no one visits. Arthur summoned the last reserve of his strength, the final spark of his indomitable spirit. He lifted his head a fraction of an inch and looked Malachi in the eye. He could not speak, he could not move, but he could look. He poured all his hatred, all his sorrow, all his burning desire for justice into that gaze. He wanted Malachi to remember this look. He wanted it to haunt his dreams. Malachi flinched, slightly unsettled by the intensity of the dying man's stare. He straightened up and turned away, breaking the connection. He is tough, Malachi muttered to Cletus. Stubborn old mule, Cletus grunted, kicking a broken chair across the room. Is he dead yet? Cletus asked. I want to get out of here. This place gives me the creeps. And that bird. Where did that bird go? I do not like it. He is fading, Malachi said. Another minute, maybe two. Arthur's head dropped to his chest. The darkness was closing in now, a soft velvet curtain drawing across his mind. The pain was receding, replaced by a vast numbness. He felt himself drifting, floating away from the chair, away from the shack, away from the storm. He was drifting down the river, toward the sea. He saw Margaret, standing on the bank, waving to him. She looked young and beautiful, her hair blowing in the wind. He tried to call out to her to tell her he was coming, but the current was too strong. But even as the light faded, Arthur felt a tether holding him back. A sharp, jagged hook snagged in his soul. It was not love. It was not grief. It was rage. Pure, cold rage. He did not want to go. Not yet. Not while these monsters still breathed. Not while his home was being desecrated. He felt a presence nearby, something dark and ancient, something that lived in the shadows and fed on vengeance. It whispered to him, in the silence of his dying mind, promising him that this was not the end. It promised him that debts would be paid. It promised him blood for blood. And as Arthur took his final shuddering breath, he mentally reached out and grasped that promise, holding on to it with a dead man's grip. The poison had done its work well. Arthur sat slumped in the chair, his body a heavy, useless weight that no longer obeyed his commands. He was trapped inside a prison of flesh, his mind still flickering like a dying ember, while his limbs turned to stone. The room was a blur of shadows and flashlight beams, a nightmare world, where sound was distorted and time seemed to stretch into eternity. He could hear the storm outside, a dull roar that sounded miles away. He could hear the heavy boots of the intruders crunching on the broken glass of his wife's picture frame. But the loudest sound was the slow thudding of his own heart, a drumbeat that was gradually losing its rhythm. Cletus was still moving around the room, fueled by a destructive energy that seemed to feed on the chaos. He kicked over the bucket of water Arthur used for washing, sending a slick, dark puddle spreading across the floor. He ripped the curtains from the windows, tearing the fabrics with a savage joy. He was looking for something, anything else to break, anything else to hurt. His eyes scanned the room, hungry for a new target. Then he looked up. In the corner of the shack, high up near the junction of the roof beams, there was a small shadowed alcove. It was a hidden spot, a safe haven that Arthur had built with his own hands. He had nailed a wooden crate there, lined it with soft moss and dried grass, and created a sanctuary for Shadow and his brood. It was where the three nestlings lived, tiny, fragile things that had only hatched a week ago. They were naked and blind, dependent entirely on their father and the old man for survival. Cletus narrowed his eyes, shining the beam of his flashlight into the dark corner. He saw a movement, a small pink head bobbing up over the rim of the crate, a tiny beak opening wide, in a silent plea for food. The storm and the noise had woken them, and they were crying out for their parents. Well, Look at what we have here. Cletus rumbled, a cruel grin spreading across his face. He pointed the light at the nest, illuminating the helpless creatures. A nursery. The old man is raising rats in the ceiling. Malachi looked up from where he was wiping his knife on a piece of Arthur's shirt. He squinted at the nest, his expression one of mild disgust. Those are crows, Malachi said. The offspring of that black devil that tried to peck Mr. Thorne's eyes out. Cletus reached up, standing on his tiptoes. He was tall enough that his fingers brushed the bottom of the crate. Mr. Thorne said no witnesses, Cletus said, his voice thick with malice. He said to kill the bird. I bet killing these little ones counts. It might even bring the big one back, so I can wring his neck too. Arthur watched in horror, his heart giving a painful lurch. He tried to scream, to beg, to tell them to stop, but his throat was paralyzed. Only a faint gurgling sound escaped his lips, a sound of pure desperation. Tears leaked from the corners of his eyes, tracking hot paths through the grime on his face. Those birds were innocent. They were life, pure and simple. To harm them was a sin beyond measure, a violation of the natural law that even the swamp respected. Do it, Malachi said coldly. Get rid of them. Vermin breed vermin. We do not want them coming back to roost on the new house. Cletus grabbed the edge of the wooden crate. With a grunt of effort, he ripped it free from the beams. The nails shrieked as they were pulled from the wood. The nest came crashing down. Cletus caught it in his massive hands, holding it like a serving platter. Inside, the three nestlings tumbled over each other, their shiny wings fluttering uselessly. They let out high-pitched peeps of terror, sensing the predator, sensing the cold. Cletus walked over to Arthur, holding the nest right under the old man's nose. Look at them, old man, Cletus taunted. Ugly little things, aren't they? Just like you. Weak, useless. Arthur stared at the babies, his soul writhing in agony. He wanted to reach out to cup them in his hands, to keep them warm, but his hands lay dead in his lap. He looked at Cletus, pleading with his eyes, trying to find a spark of humanity in the giant's gaze. But there was nothing there, but a black void of cruelty. Cletus laughed, enjoying the old man's suffering. He tilted the crate and dumped the nestlings onto the floor. They landed with soft, wet thuds on the cold wood, struggling in the puddle of water from the overturned bucket. They shivered violently, their pink skin turning blue in the draft. Malachi walked over and looked down at them. He nudged one with the toe of his polished boot, flipping it onto its back. Put them out of their misery, Malachi said. We are done here. The old man is almost gone. Cletus raised his heavy boot. He positioned it over the struggling birds. He looked at Arthur, making sure the old man was watching. He wanted Arthur to see this. He wanted this to be the last thing Arthur saw before the darkness took him forever. No, Arthur screamed in his mind. No, please God, no. Cletus brought his foot down. There was a sickening crunch, a sound of wet bones snapping and saw-off bodies being crushed. It was a sound that seemed louder than the thunder, louder than the wind. It was the sound of absolute finality. Cletus twisted his heel, grinding the life into the floorboards, wiping it out as if it had never existed. He lifted his foot, revealing a smear of blood and broken feathers. Arthur felt something snap inside him. It was not a bone or a vessel. It was the tether that held him to humanity. The grief was so overwhelmed by the rage that it transcended physical pain. He felt a scream building in his chest, a scream that he could not voice. And then the window exploded. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't the storm. It was a black missile shattering the glass and the wooden slats Arthur had nailed up. Shadow burst into the room, riding the gale like an avenging angel. The crow was screaming a sound that was not of this earth. It was a shriek of pure, unadulterated fury, a cry that tore at the eardrums. Shadow did not attack the men. Not yet. He flew straight to the spot on the floor where his children lay destroyed. He landed in the blood, his wings spread wide, his beak open in a silent howl of anguish. He looked at the ruin of his family. He looked at the boot of the giant that was still stained with their blood. Then the bird turned. He looked at Arthur. In that moment, time stood still. Arthur locked eyes with the crow. The poison had taken his body, but his mind was crystal clear for one final second. In the bird's black eyes, Arthur saw his own reflection. He saw the pain. He saw the loss. But more than that, he saw the contract being signed. It was a pact made in blood and silence. Avenge us, Arthur thought, projecting the will with his dying breath. Kill them all. Leave no one standing. Shadow looked back at him and bobbed his head once, a sharp, decisive movement. The bird's eyes flashed with a red light that seemed to come from within a fire that would never go out until the debt was paid. Malachi yelled and pulled a knife, swiping at the bird. "Kill it!" Cletus Malachi shouted. "Get the damn bird!" Shadow launched himself into the air, dodging the blade with supernatural speed. He flew up into the rafters, circling in the darkness, screaming his war cry. He was too fast for them, too full of hate to be caught. Arthur let his head fall back against the chair. He had seen enough. The message had been received. The torch had been passed. His heart gave one last stuttering beat, a final protest against the injustice of the world. And then it stopped. The pain vanished. The cold vanished. There was only silence and the image of a black bird rising from the ashes of death. Arthur was gone. But in the rafters the shadow remained, and it was watching. It was memorizing faces. It was marking scents. The old man was dead, but the master of the house had just changed. And the new master had no mercy in his heart, only a thirst for blood that would drown the entire parish. The silence that settled over the shack after Arthur's heart stopped was heavier than the storm that still battered the walls. It was a thick, suffocating blanket of finality. Malachi stood over the lifeless body of the old man, watching for any sign of movement, any last flicker of resistance. There was none. Arthur sat slumped in the chair, his head resting on his chest, his hands limp in his lap. His eyes were open, staring unseeing at the floor, glazed over with the dull sheen of death. The defiance that had burned in them only moments ago was gone, extinguished like a candle in a gale. "He is gone," Malachi said, his voice low and devoid of emotion. He checked his pocket watch again, snapping the lid shut with a sharp click. Time of death 12:18. A tragic accident. Heart failure brought on by the stress of a break-in. It is a clean story. Simple. Believable. Cletus grunted, wiping his boot on the floorboards, trying to smear away the evidence of the crushed nestlings. He looked around the room nervously, his eyes darting to the dark corners of the ceiling. He was still rattled by the bird. He had felt the wind of its wings as it escaped, felt the palpable hatred radiating from the creature. "Let us get out of here," Cletus muttered. "I do not like this place. It feels wrong. It feels like someone is watching us." Malachi shone his flashlight around the room one last time. The destruction was complete. The overturned furniture, the shattered glass, the ripped mattress. It looked exactly like what it was supposed to be. A robbery gone wrong, committed by separate men in a storm. There was nothing to link them to this crime. No fingerprints that mattered, no witnesses who could speak. Just a dead old man and a storm to wash away the tracks. "We are leaving," Malachi said. "Come on. Mr. Thorne will be waiting for the news." They headed for the door, the wind catching it and slamming it against the wall as they exited. Cletus paused on the threshold, looking back at Arthur's body. For a second, a flicker of something like guilt crossed his brutish face, but he shook it off. He was a paid man doing a job. Morality was a luxury he could not afford. He turned and followed Malachi into the rain, leaving the shack open to the elements. The sound of their boat engine roared to life, fading quickly as they sped away down the swollen river. The noise was swallowed by the thunder, leaving the shack alone in the vast wet darkness. Inside, the room was still. The rain blew in through the broken door, pooling on the floor, soaking the clothes that lay scattered about. Lightning flashed, illuminating the scene in stark blue-white bursts. In those flashes, Arthur looked like a broken doll, discarded by a careless child. High in the rafters, a shadow moved. Shadow the Crow detached himself from the gloom of the beams. He did not fly. He hopped down, moving from truss to truss, until he reached the lower shelf. He paused there, looking down at the ruin of his world. His nest was gone, destroyed by the heavy boot of the intruder. His children were dead, their tiny bodies cooling on the floorboards. And his master, the man who had saved him, who had fed him, who had spoken to him with kindness, was sitting in that chair, motionless and silent. Shadow flew down, landing on the back of the chair right next to Arthur's head. He let out a soft, inquisitive sound, a low coo that asked a question he already knew the answer to. He hopped onto Arthur's shoulder, gripping the fabric of the shirt with his talons. The shoulder was still warm, but the warmth was fading, seeping away into the cold air. The bird leaned forward and gently nipped at Arthur's ear. It was a playful gesture, one he used often to wake the old man when the sun came up. "Wake up," the gesture said. "Wake up and feed me. Wake up and tell me about the river." Arthur did not move. Shadow pulled harder, tugging at a strand of white hair. Still nothing. The realization settled over the bird, a cold weight in his chest. The bond was broken. The light had gone out. Shadow hopped down into Arthur's lap. He looked up at the face that was now frozen in a mask of eternal sleep. The bird pressed his body against Arthur's chest, seeking the last remnants of heat, trying to offer comfort where none could be received. He stayed there for a long time as the storm raged on. He was a vigil, a guardian watching over the fallen king. But as the hours passed, the sorrow in the bird's heart began to curdle. It turned sour and hot, transforming into something else. It transformed into the same rage that Arthur had felt in his final moments. Shadow looked at the floor, at the spot where his nestlings lay. He looked at the broken door where the men had entered. He remembered their faces. He remembered the smell of them. The one with the yellow eyes who smelled of oil and tobacco. The big one who smelled of sweat and blood. He etched their features into his mind, burning them into his memory with a permanence that time would not erode. He remembered the other one too. The man in the white suit. The one who had come here. The one who smelled of copper and greed. He was the source. He was the root of the rot. Shadow let out a call. It was not a loud sound, but it carried a vibration that seemed to shake the very air in the room. It was a vow, a promise made to the dead. The bird flew up to the table, landing next to the overturned lamp. He walked through the debris, his movements sharp and precise. He found something glittering on the floor amidst the shattered glass of the picture frame. It was a small silver button, torn from Cletus's coat during the struggle. Shadow picked it up in his beak. It was cold and hard. He flew up to a high hiding place, a small hollow in the wall that Cletus had missed, and dropped the button inside. It was the first piece of evidence, the first token of the debt. The wind shifted, blowing harder now, driving the rain deep into the room. The water rose, creeping across the floorboards, threatening to touch Arthur's feet. Shadow knew he could not stay here. The house was no longer a sanctuary. It was a tomb. He flew back to Arthur's shoulder for one last goodbye. He rubbed his head against the old man's cold cheek, his feathers brushing the rough skin. "Goodbye, old friend," the bird seemed to say in the silence. "Rest now. I will finish what you started. I will be your hands. I will be your eyes. And I will be your vengeance." With a powerful beat of his wings, Shadow launched himself into the air. He flew out through the broken door into the teeth of the storm. The wind tried to bat him down. The rain tried to drown him, but he fought through it. He climbed higher and higher, riding the updrafts, until he was soaring above the tree line. Below him, the river was a black snake coiling through the darkness. He saw the wake of the boat far downstream, a white scar on the water heading toward the lights of the town. Shadow turned his head, his black eyes locking onto that distant glow. He knew where they were going. He knew where they lived. He let out one final scream, a cry that pierced the thunder and echoed across the bayou. It was a declaration of war. Then he folded his wings and dove, disappearing into the night, becoming one with the darkness, becoming the shadow that would haunt them until their last breath. The dead had been recorded. Now it was time to collect. The storm had passed, but it had left its teeth marks on the world. The morning sun rose sluggish and pale behind a veil of gray clouds, illuminating a landscape of devastation. The river was swollen and brown, choking on uprooted trees and debris that swirled in the eddies. The air smelled of wet earth, pine resin, and the raw green scent of shredded leaves. It was a quiet morning, the kind of silence that feels heavy like a held breath after a scream. Martha walked along the muddy path that followed the riverbank, her boots squelching in the muck with every step. She was a sturdy woman, with hands rough from work and a face lined by years of worry, but her eyes were kind. She carried a basket covered with a checkered cloth, inside of which was a loaf of cornbread and a jar of honey. She knew Arthur would have ridden out the storm in that rickety shack of his, and she worried that he might have run out of food or dry wood. She hummed a low hymn as she walked, trying to keep her spirits up, but a knot of anxiety tightened in her stomach. She hadn't slept well. The wind had howled like a banshee all night, and she had woken up twice, thinking she heard a gunshot carried on the gale. She told herself it was just a falling branch or a thunderclap, but the feeling of dread had lingered. As she rounded the bend in the river, Arthur's shack came into view. Martha stopped in her tracks, her hand fly into her mouth. The structure was still standing, but it looked broken. The porch roof hung at a precarious angle. One of the support posts snapped like a twig. Debris littered the yard, planks of wood shingles and torn branches. But it was the front door that made her blood run cold. It was hanging off its hinges, swinging slowly in the damp breeze, creaking with a sound that echoed across the water. "Arthur," Martha called out, her voice trembling slightly. "Arthur, are you all right?" There was no answer, no movement, no blackbird hoppings on the railing to greet her, just the sound of the river and the creak of the door. She hurried forward, hitching up her skirts to step over a fallen log. She climbed the steps to the porch, avoiding the broken boards. She paused at the threshold, her heart pounding against her ribs. The smell hit her then. It was the smell of kerosene, damp wool, and something else, something faint and sickly sweet that reminded her of funeral flowers. She pushed the broken door open and peered into the gloom. "Jesus, Savior, pilot me," Martha whispered, crossing herself. The room was a wreck. It looked as if a whirlwind had spawned inside the four walls. The table was overturned. The mattress was slashed open, its stuffing spilling out like entrails, and broken glass littered the floor, shimmering in the morning light. In the center of the chaos, sitting in his old wooden chair, was Arthur. He looked small. That was the first thing she thought. He looked incredibly small and fragile, like a bundle of old clothes left behind. His head was bowed on his chest, his arms limp at his sides. He was so still, so absolutely motionless, that Martha knew before she even touched him that he was gone. She dropped the basket, the jar of honey, shattering on the floor. She rushed to his side, falling to her knees in the water and debris. She touched his hand. It was cold, cold as the river clay. "Arthur," she sobbed, tears instantly blurring her vision. "Oh, Arthur, what have they done to you?" She looked at his face, His eyes were open, staring at nothing. There was no fear in them, just a blank emptiness. His mouth was slightly open, and she saw a faint discoloration on his lips, a bluish tint that spoke of something unnatural. She checked for wounds, expecting to see blood, expecting to see a gunshot wound from the noise she had heard in the night. But there was nothing. No marks, no bruises, just a dead old man in a destroyed house. It looks like his heart gave out, she thought, trying to rationalize the horror. The storm, the robbery. It was too much for him. But then she looked down. Near her knee, in a puddle of dirty water, lay the remains of the crow's nest. The wooden crate was smashed, and amidst the splinters lay the 3 tiny bodies of the nestlings. They were crushed, flattened into the wood. This was not an accident. This was not the result of a frantic search for money. This was malice. This was cruelty for the sake of cruelty. She looked around for Shadow. Where was the father? Where was the guardian? The shack was empty of life. The bird was gone. Martha stood up, her legs shaking. She felt a wave of anger rise up through her grief. This was no random tragedy. Arthur had no enemies except for the men who wanted his land. Everyone knew about Silas Thorne. Everyone knew about the offers and the threats. Martha looked at the destruction, and she saw the signature of hired thugs. They had come in the night, like cowards, and scared an old man to death. She backed away from the body, unable to look at his empty stare any longer. She had to get help. She had to go to the village and tell the sheriff. Not that it would do much good, she thought bitterly. The sheriff played poker with Silas Thorne on Tuesday nights. But she had to try. She had to bear witness. She stepped out onto the porch, taking a deep breath of the fresh air, trying to clear the scent of death from her nose. The sun was higher now, burning through the clouds. It shone on the river, making the muddy water sparkle. It was a beautiful day, a cruel indifference to the tragedy that had just occurred. Martha began to run. She ran back down the muddy path, her heavy boots slipping and sliding. She ran past the cypress trees, past the reeds, past the world that Arthur had loved so much. She ran to bring the news that the guardian of the bend was dead, and that the wolves had finally broken into the fold. As she ran, she did not notice the black shape circling high above in the sky. She did not hear the single mournful call that drifted down from the heavens. Shadow was watching. He saw the woman run. He saw the discovery. And he turned his wings toward the town, toward the sprawling estate on the hill, where the master of the wolves sat eating his breakfast, waiting for the report that his dirty work was done. The witness had been found. Now the reckoning could begin. The news of Arthur's death moved through the village like a dark ripple across still water. It started with Martha's breathless, sobbing announcement at the general store, and spread from there, carried by whispers and shaken heads. By noon, everyone knew. The old fisherman, the hermit of the bend, was gone. The official story, crafted by the sheriff, after a cursory glance at the body and a lengthy phone call to the manor house, was simple. It was a heart attack, a tragedy brought on by the stress of the storm and the frailty of age. The wrecked house was dismissed as the work of vandals, or perhaps just the wind blowing through a rotted structure. No investigation was opened. No questions were asked. In a town owned by one man, truth was a commodity that few could afford to purchase. Silas Thorne received the news while sitting on his veranda, enjoying a mid-morning coffee. The storm had scrubbed the sky clean, leaving behind a brilliant, piercing blue that felt almost insulting given the events of the night before. When the sheriff called, Silas listened with a grave expression, nodding slowly as if receiving a heavy burden. He hung up the phone and turned to his wife, a woman who had long ago learned not to ask what lay behind her husband's business dealings. "It is a terrible shame," Silas said, his voice dripping with practiced sorrow. "Old Arthur passed away in the night. His heart gave out. I tried to help him, you know. I tried to get him to move to town where it was safe. If only he had listened. He stood up, smoothing the wrinkles from his linen suit. I must go down there, Silas announced. It is the decent thing to do. He had no family here. Someone needs to ensure that he is treated with dignity. And I need to secure the property. We cannot have squatters moving in, or children playing in the ruins. It is a safety hazard now. He drove his heavy black car down the winding river road, the tires crunching on the gravel. He felt a lightness in his chest, a bubbling euphoria that he had to suppress. It was done. The obstacle was removed. The dragon's eye was his. He pictured the new docks, the warehouses, the flow of money that would soon pour through that muddy bend. It was a masterpiece of strategy. When he arrived at the shack, a small crowd had already gathered. The villagers stood in muddy boots and worn clothes, watching as the undertaker's men loaded Arthur's body onto a stretcher. They parted as Silas approached, removing their hats in deference to his wealth and power. They did not love him, but they feared him, and in Silas's mind, that was a far more useful emotion. Silas walked up the path, his face set in a mask of somber respect. He stopped before Martha, who was standing near the porch, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. Martha, Silas said gently, placing a hand on her shoulder. I am so sorry for your loss. I know you were fond of him. Martha stiffened at his touch, but she did not pull away. She looked up at him, and for a moment, Silas saw a flash of suspicion in her red-rimmed eyes. But she said nothing. What could she say? He was the master of the parish. I will cover the funeral expenses, Silas announced, loud enough for the crowd to hear. A proper burial. It is the least I can do for a neighbor, and I will set up a trust for his boy William, should he ever return. We must look after our own. A murmur of approval went through the crowd. See, he is a good man, they whispered. He takes care of things. Silas suppressed a smile. It was so easy to buy their loyalty with a few crumbs from his table. He stepped past them and walked up the stairs to the porch. He wanted to see it. He wanted to stand in the dead man's house and claim it. He stepped through the broken doorway into the wrecked room. The smell of death was faint, but present, mixed with the damp rot of the river. He looked at the overturned table, the slashed mattress. Malachi and Cletus had been thorough. It looked like chaos, not murder. Silas walked to the center of the room and looked down at the spot where Arthur had died. He imagined the old man gasping for breath, clutching his chest, realizing too late that he had lost. A surge of triumph rushed through Silas. He tapped his foot on the floorboards, claiming the rhythm of the house as his own. Then he felt it. It started as a prickling on the back of his neck, a cold sensation that made the fine hairs on his arms stand up. It was the feeling of being watched. Not by the villagers outside, not by the sheriff. This was something else, something intense and focused. Silas turned slowly, scanning the room. The shadows in the corners seemed deep and impenetrable. He looked up at the rafters where the dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight, piercing the gloom. There, in the highest peak of the roof, partially hidden by a crossbeam, sat a black shape. It was the crow. Silas froze, his breath catching in his throat. The bird was motionless. It was not preening or pacing, sighing. It was simply sitting there, carved from the darkness itself. But its eyes were open. They were fixed on Silas. And in the dim light, they did not look black. They glowed with a dull, malevolent red fire. For a moment, Silas felt a flicker of genuine fear. The bird looked too intelligent, too aware. It looked like a judge sitting on a high bench, passing a silent sentence. He remembered the way it had attacked him on the porch days ago. He remembered Arthur's warning. He is protecting his home. Silas shook his head, forcing the fear away. It is just a bird, he told himself. A scavenger waiting for scraps. A dumb animal. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigar. He bit the end off and spat it onto the floor, onto the very boards where Arthur had breathed his last. He lit the cigar, blowing a cloud of blue smoke toward the ceiling, toward the bird. Shoo, Silas hissed, waving his hand. Get out of here, you filthy thing. The tenant is gone. The lease is up. The crow did not move. It did not blink. It just stared, the red fire in its eyes burning brighter through the smoke. It was a look of pure, unadulterated hate. A look that said, I know what you did. Silas felt his skin crawl. He suddenly wanted to be out of there. He wanted to be back in his car, back in his manor, away from this rotting shack and this demon bird. He turned on his heel and marched out of the house, past the grieving villagers and the busy undertaker. Get this place boarded up, Silas barked at the sheriff as he passed. I want it bulldozed by the end of the week. It is an eyesore. He climbed into his car and slammed the door shut, insulating himself from the swamp air. But as he drove away, gripping the steering wheel with white knuckles, he could not shake the image of those red eyes. He looked in his rear-view mirror, half expecting to see a black shape following him. The sky was empty, but the feeling remained. A cold, heavy weight in his gut that whispered that the transaction was not quite finished. He had bought the land, but he had also bought something else, something that was not listed on the deed. And it was waiting. The day of the funeral dawned with a sky the color of a bruising hematite, heavy and swollen with unshed rain. The air in the cemetery was thick enough to choke on, carrying the scent of wet earth and ancient decay. It was a small plot of land on the edge of the swamp, where the ground was so waterlogged that the graves had to be dug shallow and covered with heavy stone slabs to keep the dead from floating back up during the floods. Spanish moss hung from the live oaks like tattered funeral veils, dripping water onto the headstones that leaned at drunken angles in the soft mud. A small group of mourners had gathered around the open pit, their black umbrellas huddled together like a flock of banged bats. Martha stood at the front, her face pale and drawn, clutching a rosary in hands that trembled with cold and grief. Behind her stood the fishermen and the trappers, the people of the river, who had known Arthur as a quiet, constant presence in their lives. They stood in uncomfortable silence, shifting their weight in the mud, their eyes fixed on the simple pine box that rested on the lowering straps. Standing slightly apart from the rest was Silas Thorne. He wore a black suit of impeccable tailoring and held a silk umbrella that shielded him completely from the drizzle. His face was composed into a mask of somber reflection, but behind his eyes, his mind was already calculating the cost of the bulldozers and the profit margins of the new shipping lane. He was here to see the final act, to watch the earth close over the only man who had dared to say no to him. It was a victory lap, disguised as a wake. The priest, a young man with a nervous disposition, began to read from his prayer book. His voice was thin and reedy, barely audible over the sound of the rain pattering on the umbrellas. He spoke of dust returning to dust, of the peace that awaited the faithful. They were hollow words, generic platitudes for a man he had barely known. Silas suppressed a yawn, checking his watch surreptitiously. He wanted this over with. The dampness was seeping into his bones, and he had a dinner reservation in the city. Then came the sound. It was not the wind. It was not the rain. It was the sound of wings, heavy and powerful, beating against the air. A black shape dropped from the gray sky like a stone falling from heaven. It swooped low over the heads of the mourners, causing several of them to duck and gasp in surprise. With a graceful flutter of ebony feathers, the bird landed. It did not land on a headstone. It did not land on a tree branch. It landed directly on the center of the coffin. It was Shadow. The crow stood tall on the raw pine wood, his talons gripping the grain. He shook the water from his wings, sending a fine spray of mist into the air. He looked around the circle of mourners, his black bead-like eyes sharp. and intelligent. A ripple of unease went through the crowd. In the superstition-steeped culture of the bayou, a crow landing on a coffin was an omen of the worst kind. It meant the soul was not at rest. It meant there was unfinished business. Silas frowned, his grip tightening on the handle of his umbrella. He recognized the bird instantly. It was the same creature that had haunted the shack, the same creature that had stared at him with red fire in its eyes. The audacity of the beast to follow them here to desecrate the solemnity of the burial with its presence made Silas's blood boil. "Shoo," the priest said, waving his hand vaguely at the bird, his voice cracking. "Go on. Get away." Shadow did not move. He tilted his head, looking at the priest with a dismissive glare. Then he looked at the coffin beneath his feet. He raised one black foot and brought it down on the wood. Tap. He raised it again. Tap. He began to drum a rhythm on the hollow lid of the casket. It was slow and deliberate. Tap, 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 tap. It was not the random scratching of an animal. It sounded like a code. It sounded like a carpenter driving a nail saw, or a judge banging a gavel. The sound echoed in the silence of the cemetery, unnaturally loud. It seemed to sync with the beating of the hearts of those watching. Tap, tap, tap. "Get that thing off of him," Martha cried out, her voice shrill with hysteria. "It is bad luck. It is a curse." One of the gravediggers, a burly man with a shovel, stepped forward. He raised the flat of the blade, intending to sweep the bird away. "Get out of here, you devil," he shouted, swinging the shovel. Shadow moved with a blur of speed. He hopped into the air, dodging the blow effortlessly. He fluttered his wings, hovering for a second, before landing right back on the exact same spot. He let out a harsh, grating caw that sounded like a laugh. He looked at the gravedigger and snapped his beak. The gravedigger retreated, unnerved by the bird's fearlessness. The tapping resumed. Tap, tap, tap. Silas watched this display with a growing sense of dread. He felt cold, colder than the weather warranted. He felt the eyes of the bird sliding off the other mourners and locking onto him. The crow stopped tapping. It turned its body slowly until it was facing Silas directly. The rain seemed to stop. The priest's droning voice faded into the background. For Silas, there was only the bird. It stood on the coffin of his victim, staring at him across the open grave. It knew. Silas was certain of it. The bird knew exactly who was responsible for the body in the box. It was marking him. It was telling him that the grave was not deep enough to hide the truth. Silas felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple despite the chill. He wanted to order someone to shoot it. He wanted to crush it under his heel. But he was paralyzed by the weight of that stare. It was the stare of Arthur. It was the stare of a man who had been murdered. "Lower him," the priest stammered, eager to break the tension. "Lower the casket." The gravediggers scrambled to the crank, hurried to Obi. The straps groaned, and the coffin began to descend into the muddy water, pooling at the bottom of the grave. Shadow did not fly away. He rode the coffin down. He stood on the lid as it sank below the level of the grass. He stood there as the walls of the grave rose up around him. He stood there until he was deep in the earth, staring up at the circle of faces, staring up at the gray sky, staring up at Silas Thorne. Only when the first shovel full of heavy wet clay was tossed into the hole, hitting the wood with a dull thud, did the bird move. He launched himself from the darkness of the pit, flying straight up like a black arrow. He burst out of the grave, screaming a cry that chilled the blood of everyone present. He circled once overhead, casting a shadow over Silas, and then flew to the top of a nearby marble angel perched on a family crypt. He sat there, shaking the mud from his feathers, and resumed his watch. Silas turned away, unable to bear it any longer. "I have seen enough," Silas said abruptly, his voice tight. "Finish burying him." He walked quickly back to his car, his footsteps heavy on the gravel. He did not look back, but he could feel it. He could feel the bird watching him. He could feel the tapping in his head. Tap, tap, tap. It was the sound of a debt coming due. The funeral was over, but the haunting had just begun. Arthur was in the ground, but his agent was loose in the world, and he had just marked his target for all the spirits of the cemetery to see. The deed to Arthur's land sat on the mahogany desk in Silas Thorne's study, looking innocuous and fragile under the glow of the electric lamp. It was a single sheet of yellowed paper, covered in the looping script of a bygone era, but to Silas it weighed as much as a crown. He reached out and touched the paper, running his finger over the seal of the parish clerk. The ink was dry. The transfer was complete. The bank had foreclosed on the property with a speed that spoke of favors called in and palms greased with silver. Since Arthur had died intestate and his son was overseas, the land had fallen into a legal limbo that Silas had expertly navigated. He picked up the document and folded it carefully, placing it into his breast pocket, right next to his beating heart. It was done. The Dragon's Eye was his. The construction crews were already scheduled to move in on Monday morning. The bulldozers would arrive at dawn to scrape the earth clean, to erase the shack and the trees and the memory of the stubborn old man who had dared to stand in the way of progress. Silas walked out of the study and into the grand foyer of Blackwood Manor. Tonight was a night of celebration. He had invited the parish elite, the bankers, the politicians, the judges, to a private dinner. Ostensibly, it was to discuss the new shipping venture, but in truth, it was a victory lap. He wanted to bask in the admiration of his peers, to see the envy in their eyes when he announced the acquisition of the riverbed. The house was ablaze with light. Crystal chandeliers dripped from the ceilings, casting prisms of rainbows on the silk wallpaper. The air smelled of roasting duck and expensive perfume. Servants in starched uniforms moved silently through the rooms, carrying silver trays laden with champagne and hors d'oeuvres. It was a scene of opulence and power, a stark contrast to the muddy grave where Arthur now lay, rotting in the dark. Silas descended the grand staircase, his hand trailing lightly on the polished banister. He greeted his guests with the easy charm of a man who owns the room. He shook hands, he laughed at jokes, he accepted congratulations. Malachi and Cletus were there too, standing near the back of the room, looking uncomfortable in ill-fitting suits. They were the muscle, the dark underbelly of the operation, but tonight they were allowed to stand in the light as long as they kept their mouths shut. But as the evening wore on, a subtle shift began to occur in the atmosphere of the manor. It started in the corners of the room, where the shadows seemed to gather with an unusual density. Then came the cold. It was a creeping chill that had nothing to do with the season. The windows were closed, the heavy velvet drapes drawn tight against the night. A fire roared in the massive stone hearth of the dining hall, throwing out waves of heat. Yet the guests began to shiver. Women pulled their shawls tighter around their bare shoulders. Men rubbed their hands together and glanced nervously at the vents, wondering if the draft was coming from outside. "It feels like a tomb in here," the mayor's wife whispered to her neighbor, her teeth chattering slightly. Silas heard her. He felt it too. It was a damp, penetrating cold that seemed to rise from the floorboards, a cold that smelled faintly of wet earth and river mud. He frowned and signaled to the butler. "Turn up the heat," Silas ordered quietly, "and put another log on the fire. My guests are freezing." The butler looked pale. "I have, sir," he stammered. "The furnace is running at full capacity, and the fire is blazing. I do not understand where the draft is coming from." Silas waved him away, annoyed. He took a sip of his wine, trying to warm himself from the inside. He looked down the long table at the faces of the parish elite. They were eating and drinking, but the laughter had become strained. The conversation was faltering. The cold was seeping into their spirits, dampening the mood. And then there was the silence. Usually a dinner party at Blackwood Manor was a noisy affair, filled with the clatter of silverware and the boisterous voices of men making deals. But tonight, the sounds seemed muffled. The acoustics of the room had changed. Voices sounded flat and dead, as if spoken in an open field. The clinking of glasses sounded dull. Silas tapped his spoon against his crystal goblet, trying to regain control of the evening. The sound rang out sharp and clear, cutting through the strange auditory fog. "Ladies and gentlemen," Silas announced, standing up. "If I could have your attention." The guests turned to him, their faces pale in the candlelight. "I want to propose a toast," Silas said, raising his glass. "To the future, to the expansion of the port, and the prosperity it will bring to us all. The river has always been the lifeblood of this parish, and now we have secured the final key to unlocking its true potential." He paused, expecting applause. Instead, there was a heavy silence. The guests stared at him, and then their eyes began to drift. They looked past him over his shoulder, toward the large portrait of his grandfather that hung above the fireplace. Silas felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. That feeling again, the prickling sensation of being watched. He resisted the urge to turn around. He was the master of this house. He would not be spooked by drafts and shadows. "To the future," Silas repeated, his voice louder, almost a challenge. "To the future," the guests murmured dutifully, raising their glasses. But their eyes were fearful. As they drank, a gust of wind swept through the room. It came from nowhere, for all the doors and windows were shut. It was a concentrated blast of freezing air that tore through the dining hall. The candles on the table flickered violently, and then all at once, they went out. The room was plunged into darkness, save for the red glow of the fireplace. Screams erupted from the women. Chairs scraped against the floor as men jumped up. "Calm down," Silas shouted, his voice booming in the dark. "It is just a draft. Someone get the lights." But in the darkness, Silas felt something brush against his face. It was soft and feathery, like the wing of a bird. He recoiled, swatting at the air. He heard a sound right next to his ear. A soft, dry, clicking sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was the same sound he had heard on the coffin. The lights flickered back on the electric bulbs, buzzing with a surge of power. The guests were standing, looking around in confusion and fear. The candles were smoking, their wicks black and dead. Silas stood alone at the head of the table, his hand clutching his wineglass so hard the stem was in danger of snapping. He looked around the room, searching for the intruder. There was nothing. No bird, no open window. Just the lingering smell of the swamp and the terrified faces of his friends. "I think I must be going," the mayor said, clearing his throat. "It is getting late, and the weather seems to be turning." One by one, the guests made their excuses. They fled the manor as if it were burning, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Within 20 minutes, the house was empty save for Silas, his family, and his hired men. Silas stood in the empty dining hall, staring at the unlit candles. The triumph of the evening had turned to ash in his mouth. The deed in his pocket felt heavy, like a stone dragging him down. "It is just the wind," he whispered to himself. Just the wind. But deep down in the darkest part of his soul, Silas knew it wasn't the wind. The house had been invaded. The cold had moved in, and it wasn't going to leave. The celebration was over. The siege had begun. And as he looked into the dying embers of the fire, he saw the shape of a bird dancing in the flames, waiting for the moment to strike. The morning sun that streamed through the tall sash windows of the breakfast room was brilliant and hard, lacking any real warmth. It illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air and cast harsh, unforgiving light on the pale face of Silas Thorne. He sat at the head of the long mahogany table, nursing a cup of black coffee, his hand trembling ever so slightly. The previous night's disaster had left a sour taste in his mouth, a residue of fear and humiliation that no amount of expensive bourbon could wash away. The memory of the sudden cold and the extinguishing of the lights played on a loop in his mind, a silent film of his own loss of control. He blamed the ventilation. He blamed the old wiring. He blamed the hysteria of the mayor's wife. He blamed everything and everyone except the black bird that had sat on the coffin in the rain. To admit that the bird had power was to admit that Arthur had power, and Silas refused to grant the dead man that victory. He was the master of Blackwood Manor. He was the owner of the riverbed. The deed was in his safe, locked away behind steel and tumblers. Reality was what he said it was. Julian sat to his right, dissecting a grapefruit with a serrated spoon. The boy was humming a discordant tune under his breath, kicking his heels against the chair legs. Across the table, Silas's wife ate her toast in silence, her eyes fixed on the floral centerpiece, avoiding her husband's gaze. The tension in the room was brittle, a thin sheet of ice ready to crack under the slightest pressure. Silas signaled to the maid standing in the corner. She was a young girl new to the house, and she looked terrified. Her hands shook as she approached the table carrying a heavy silver serving platter, covered by a domed lid. It was the main course, a special request Silas had made to lift his spirits. Steak and eggs rare, just the way he liked it. A meal for a conqueror. Put it down, Silas snapped, his patience wearing thin. And to stop shaking, girl. You are rattling the silver like a skeleton in a windstorm. The maid murmured an apology and placed the platter in front of him. She curtsied quickly and retreated to the safety of the wall, her eyes wide and fearful. Silas adjusted his napkin, spreading the linen across his lap. He picked up his knife and fork, feeling the heft of the sterling silver. He took a deep breath, trying to center himself. Today was a new day. The bulldozers were scheduled to arrive at the shack in 2 days. The land would be cleared, the bad memories erased. He would move forward. He reached out and gripped the handle of the silver dome. The metal was cold under his fingers. He lifted the lid with a flourish, expecting the savory aroma of seared meat and rich yolks. Instead, a smell hit him that made his stomach lurch. It was not the smell of breakfast. It was the smell of the swamp. It was the scent of stagnant water, wet fur, and raw copper blood. Silas froze the lid, hovering inches above the platter. He looked down. There was no steak. There were no eggs. Sitting in the center of the gleaming silver tray, resting on a bed of pristine watercress, was an eye. It was not a fish eye, or the eye of a cow. It was unmistakably human. The iris was a milky clouded gray, surrounded by a white sclera that was webbed with burst red capillaries. The optic nerve trailed behind it, a ragged, bloody tail of gristle and flesh. It stared up at Silas with a dead, accusing gaze. It looked wet, as if it had just been plucked from a socket. Silas dropped the lid. It hit the edge of the platter with a deafening clang, flipping over and spinning onto the floor. The sound shattered the morning silence like a gunshot. Silas pushed his chair back, the legs screeching against the hardwood. He scrambled away from the table, his face draining of all color, turning the shade of old parchment. He pointed a shaking finger at the platter, his mouth opening and closing, but no sound coming out. Julian looked up from his grapefruit curiosity, replacing his boredom. He leaned over to look at the tray. Cool, Julian whispered. Is that real? Silas's wife screamed. She threw her napkin over her mouth and rushed from the room, her heels clicking frantically on the floor. The maid fainted, sliding down the wall in a heap of black and white fabric. Silas gagged, bile rising in his throat. He backed into the sideboard, knocking over a vase of flowers. The water splashed onto his shoes, cold and shocking. Where did that come from? Silas roared, his voice finally returning as a strangled shout. Who put that there? Malachi. Cletus. Get in here. The library doors burst open, and the two henchmen rushed in, guns drawn, expecting an assassin. They skidded to a halt, seeing the chaos, the fainted maid and their boss cowering against the wall. "What is it?" Mr. Thorne Malachi asked, his yellow eyes darting around the room. "Look!" Silas screamed, pointing at the table. "Look at what they served me." Malachi walked cautiously to the table. He looked down at the platter. He sniffed the air. He reached out and prodded the eye with the barrel of his gun. It rolled wetly across the silver, leaving a smear of red slime. "It is an eye," Malachi said, his voice flat. "Looks fresh." Silas grabbed a heavy crystal decanter from the sideboard and hurled it at the window. The glass shattered, raining shards onto the veranda. "I know it is an eye, you idiot," Silas shrieked. "I want to know how it got there." "The kitchen." "Check the kitchen. Someone is playing a game with me. A sick, twisted game. I will kill them. I will flay them alive." Suddenly a sound cut through Silas's raving. It came from the open window, where the glass had just been broken. "Caw." Silas froze. He turned his head slowly toward the veranda. Perched on the railing framed by the broken window was the crow. Shadow held something in his beak. It was a small piece of bloody gristle. As Silas watched, the bird tossed its head back and swallowed the morsel. Then it looked directly at Silas and let out a low, rattling sound. It was a laugh. The bird was laughing at him. Silas lunged for Cletus, grabbing the gun from the giant's waistband. He didn't aim. He just fired. The gunshot was deafening in the enclosed space. The bullet tore a chunk out of the window frame inches from the bird. Shadow didn't even flinch. He simply spread his wings and took flight, disappearing into the blue sky with a lazy, arrogant grace. Silas pulled the trigger again and again, clicking on an empty chamber long after the bird was gone. He stood there, panting, his chest heaving, the gun hanging limply at his side. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the smell of the rotting eye, creating a miasma of violence. "He did this," Silas whispered, his eyes wide and unhinged. "That damn bird. He put it there. He is mocking me." Malachi looked at the eye on the platter, then at the open window. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. A bird that could sneak into a manor house. A bird that could find a human eye and deliver it like a message. This was beyond nature. This was witchcraft. "Mr. Thorne," Malachi said softly, taking the gun from Silas's shaking hand. "We need to burn that shack. We need to do it now, before this gets worse." Silas looked at him, his eyes hollow. "Burn it," he said. "Burn it to the ground. And to find me that bird. I want its head on a plate. Do you hear me? I want its eyes." He looked back at the silver platter, where the dead gray eye continued to stare at the ceiling, watching, judging, waiting. The breakfast of the conqueror had been served, but the meat was raw, and the taste was pure terror. The night that followed the incident with the eye was not a time of rest for the inhabitants of Blackwood Manor. It was a vigil of terror. The house, usually a fortress of silence and comfort, had transformed into a resonant chamber of creaks and whispers. Silas Thorne had retreated to his master's suite on the second floor, locking the heavy double doors behind him. He had dismissed the servants, telling them to stay in their quarters until morning. He wanted the house empty of prying eyes. He wanted to be alone with his bourbon and his revolver. He sat in a high-backed leather armchair, facing the fireplace, where a gas log hissed with a blue synthetic flame. The curtains were drawn tight, sealing out the night, but they could not seal out the feeling of being watched. The sensation was physical, a heaviness that pressed against his skin like a wet wool blanket. He had consumed half a bottle of expensive whiskey, but the alcohol was not blunting his senses as it usually did. Instead, it seemed to be sharpening them, tuning his mind to a frequency of fear he had never experienced before. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed 2:00 in the morning. The deep bronze notes vibrated through the floorboards, counting down the hours of the wolf. Silas. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. It was soft, barely more than an exhalation of air, but it was distinct. It did not sound like his wife. It did not sound like Malachi. It sounded like wet clay, sliding against wood. It sounded like the rustle of dry leaves in a graveyard. Silas gripped the arms of his chair, his knuckles white. He scanned the room, his eyes wide and bloodshot. The corners of the bedroom were steeped in shadow pools of darkness that the light from the fire could not reach. "Who is there?" Silas whispered, his voice trembling. "Show yourself, Silas." This time the voice came from the ventilation grate near the ceiling. It was a mocking sing-song tone, like a child calling out in a game of hide-and-seek. But beneath the innocence lay a jagged edge of malice. Silas stood up, raising the revolver. He aimed it at the grate, his hand shaking so badly the barrel drew circles in the air. "I will shoot," Silas warned. "I am armed. Get out of my house." A laugh answered him. It was a dry, rattling sound that sounded like a bird clicking its beak, but it was layered with a human quality, a throatiness that made Silas's stomach turn. "You cannot shoot a shadow, Silas," the voice whispered. "You cannot kill what is already dead." Silas backed away toward the bed. He reached for the phone on the nightstand, intending to call Malachi, to call the police, to call anyone. But the line was dead. There was no dial tone, only a faint rhythmic tapping sound on the other end. Tap, tap, tap. He slammed the receiver down. He looked at the mirror above the dresser. For a split second, he thought he saw a face in the glass, behind his own reflection. It was an old face, weathered and lined with sad eyes that burned with a red fire. It was Arthur. Silas spun around, firing a shot into the room. The bullet buried itself in the wall plaster, dusting the carpet with white powder. "Leave me alone," Silas screamed, his composure shattering completely. "I bought the land. It is mine. It was a fair deal." "Fair," the voice hissed, coming from the curtains now. "Fair is a life for a life. Fair is an eye for an eye. You took the nest, Silas. You crushed the future. Now the past has come to eat you." The curtains billowed as if a wind were blowing through the room, even though the windows were locked tight. The fabric twisted and turned, taking on shapes in the dim light. Peerless saw wings. Great black wings stretching from floor to ceiling, enveloping him in a suffocating embrace. He saw talons sharp as razors reaching out to tear his flesh. He scrambled backward, tripping over the rug and falling hard onto the floor. He dropped the gun. He crawled toward the bathroom, seeking the safety of the tiled walls and the lock on the door. He was a powerful man, a king of industry, reduced to a scuttling insect by a voice in the dark. He slammed the bathroom door shut and locked it. He turned on all the faucets, letting the water run full blast, trying to drown out the whispers. He sat in the corner, huddled under a towel, rocking back and forth. But he could still hear it. The voice was inside his head now, bypassing his ears and speaking directly to his rotting soul. "Silas, Silas, the debt is due. The collector is waiting." He closed his eyes, but the red eyes of the bird were burned into his retinas. He knew then that walls could not protect him. Money could not protect him. He was being hunted by something that did not care about the laws of men. He was alone in the dark with his sins, and they had teeth. While Silas cowered in his bathroom, besieged by ghosts, his two henchmen were facing a more tangible terror. Malachi and Cletus had been ordered to spend the night in the old carriage house, which had been converted into a garage and storage shed. It sat about 100 yards from the main manor, separated by a stretch of manicured lawn and a line of oak trees. The structure was drafty and smelled of gasoline oil and old hay from its days as a stable. They were preparing for the morning. Several red jerry cans of gasoline sat in a row on the concrete floor, waiting to be used on Arthur's shack. Cletus sat on a crate sharpening his knife with a rhythmic scraping sound that grated on Malachi's nerves. Malachi paced the length of the garage, smoking a cigarette, his yellow eyes darting to the windows every few seconds. The eye on the platter had rattled him deeply. Malachi was a superstitious man, despite his cruelty. He knew the legends of the bayou. He knew that there were things in the swamp that you did not mess with. Killing an old man was one thing. That was just business. But the bird felt like a curse. Stop that noise, Malachi snapped, throwing his cigarette butt on the floor and crushing it under his heel. You are making me nervous. Cletus looked up, a dull confusion on his face. He stopped sharpening the knife. It is just a bird, Malachi, Cletus said, his voice rumbling in his chest. You are letting the boss scare you. Tomorrow we burn the shack. We burn the nest. No more bird. It's simple. It is not simple, Malachi hissed, walking over to the window and peering out into the darkness. That bird knows things. It thinks like a man. Did you see how it looked at us in the shack? It marked us, Cletus. Cletus laughed, a low booming sound. Let it come. I will snap its neck like a twig. I crushed its babies, didn't I? It didn't do nothing then. It is just a scavenger. Suddenly the single naked bulb hanging from the ceiling flickered. It buzzed angrily, then popped, showering the concrete with sparks and glass. The garage was plunged into darkness. What the hell? Cletus grunted, standing up and knocking over his crate. Malachi fumbled for his lighter. The flames sparked to life, casting a small wavering sphere of illumination. The shadows in the corners of the garage seemed to leap forward, hungry and dense. Just a fuse, Malachi said, his voice tight. Stay here. I will check the box. He took a step toward the door but stopped. A sound came from the loft above them, the old hayloft that was now used for storing lumber and tarps. It was a soft rustling sound, like dry straw being moved. Then came the tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It echoed in the cavernous space coming from directly overhead. Is that you, boss? Cletus called out, looking up at the dark rectangle of the loft opening. There was no answer, just the sound of wings. Not the flutter of a small bird, but the heavy whooshing sound of something large displacing the air. Something dropped from the loft. It landed on the hood of the black Cadillac, parked in the center of the garage. The metals dented with a loud clang. Malachi swung his lighter toward the sound. Perched on the hood of the car was the crow. In the flickering light, it looked immense, its shadow stretching across the wall, like a demon. Its eyes glowed red, reflecting the tiny flame in Malachi's hand. It is him, Malachi whispered, backing away. Get it, Cletus roared. The giant lunged forward, brandishing his knife. He was fast for a big man, fueled by adrenaline and a desire to kill the thing that had spooked them. He slashed at the bird, hoping to cut it out of the air. But the bird was faster. Shadow launched himself from the car, diving straight at Cletus's face. He was a black blur of motion, a guided missile of feathers and fury. Cletus screamed as the bird struck. It was not a simple peck. Shadow used his momentum and his sharp talons to rake across the giant's face. He targeted the eyes. With surgical precision, the beak struck once, twice. Cletus dropped the knife, clapping his hands to his face. Blood spurted between his fingers, dark and copious. He staggered back, blinded, thrashing in agony. He tripped over a gas can, sending it skittering across the floor. My eyes, Cletus howled. It took my eyes. Malachi watched in horror, the lighter trembling in his hand. He turned to run to the door to escape this nightmare. But as he grabbed the handle, he felt a rush of air behind him. The bird had left Cletus and was coming for him. Malachi spun around, slashing blindly with his free hand. He felt feathers brush his skin, soft and cold. The lighter fell from his hand, extinguishing the flame. Now there was only darkness and the sound of the giant screaming and the bird shrieking a war cry. Malachi felt sharp claws dig into his scalp. The bird had landed on his head. He beat at it, tearing at his own hair, but the grip was iron tight. The beak hammered down onto his skull, a relentless drilling that sent shockwaves of pain through his brain. He fell to his knees, clawing at the floor. He crawled through the spilled gasoline, the fumes choking him. He could hear Cletus blubbering in the corner, a broken, ruined thing. "Please," Malachi begged to the darkness. "Please." The attack stopped. The weight lifted from his head. Malachi gasped, thinking he had been spared. He looked up, trying to see through the gloom. He felt a breath on his face, a small, dry breath. Then a sharp pain in his left eye, followed instantly by a plunge into eternal darkness. The last thing he heard was the sound of a bird swallowing and the tapping of a beak on the concrete floor. Tap, tap, tap. The garage fell silent, save for the whimpering of the blinded men. High in the rafters, Shadow cleaned his beak on a beam. The enforcers were broken. The hands of the king had been severed. Now only the head remained. The sun rose over Blackwood Manor, revealing a world that looked deceptively normal. The birds were singing in the oak trees. The dew was sparkling on the lawn, and the river flowed sluggishly toward the sea. But inside the garage, the scene was anything but normal. Silas Thorne, discovering that his men had not reported in, stepped out of the manor house clutching his revolver. He walked across the wet grass, his shoes leaving dark prints in the dew. He was angry. He assumed they had fallen asleep or gotten drunk on his dime. He was prepared to fire them, to kick them off his property and find new muscle in the city. He reached the garage doors and threw them open. The smell hit him first. It was the copper tang of blood mixed with the sharp chemical reek of spilled gasoline. Silas gagged, covering his mouth with his handkerchief. He stepped into the gloom of the garage, his eyes adjusting to the shadows. "Malachi," he called out, his voice echoing in the cavernous space. "Cletus, where are you?" A low moan answered him from behind the black Cadillac. Silas walked around the car, keeping his gun raised. What he saw made him stop dead in his tracks. His knees went weak, and he had to lean against the fender of the car to keep from falling. Cletus was curled in a fetal position in the corner, his face a ruin of shredded flesh and dried blood. He was rocking back and forth, whimpering like a kicked dog. Malachi lay nearby on his back, his hands clawing at the air as if fighting off invisible demons. His face too was destroyed, the eyes gouged out with surgical precision, leaving only dark, empty sockets. Silas stared at them, his mind refusing to process the brutality. These were hard men, killers who had broken bones and ruined lives on his command. And they had been dismantled in a single night, not by a rival gang or the police, but by something else. Something that left no shell casings and no footprints. "Help us," Malachi croaked, hearing the footsteps. The bird. The blackbird. It took our eyes. Silas backed away, the bile rising in his throat. He looked up at the rafters, half expecting to see the red eyes glowing in the dark. But the garage was empty of life, save for the broken men on the floor. The bird had done its work and moved on. Silas turned and ran. He ran back to the manor house, locking the heavy front door behind him and throwing the deadbolt. He leaned against the wood, gasping for air. He was alone. His wall of protection, his iron fist, had been shattered. He realized with a jolt of cold terror that he was now defenseless. He went to the telephone in the hallway and ripped the cord from the wall. He could not call the police. How could he explain the blinding of two men in his garage without exposing his own crimes? How could he explain the threats against Arthur? No, he had to handle this himself. He had to fortify. He spent the rest of the morning moving through the house like a madman. He nailed boards over the windows on the ground floor, ruining the silk wallpaper and the mahogany frames. He checked every lock, every latch, every chimney. He was sealing himself inside a tomb. His wife watched him from the top of the stairs, her face pale and frightened, holding Julian close to her side. "Silas, go to your room," he shouted at them, not looking up from his work. "Lock the door. Do not open it for anyone, not even me, unless I give the password." "What is happening, Silas?" his wife asked, her voice trembling. "Where are Malachi and Cletus?" "They are gone." Silas lied, driving a nail into the wood with a savage blow. "There is a sickness, a madness in the parish. We are under quarantine. Now go." He spent the afternoon in his study surrounded by guns. He had a shotgun across his lap, the revolver on the desk, and a hunting rifle leaning against the chair. He watched the clock ticking the seconds away, waiting for the sun to set. He knew that the day was just a truce. The real war belonged to the night. As the shadows lengthened, stretching across the lawn, like grasping fingers, Silas saw them. Crows. Not just one, but dozens. They began to gather on the telephone lines, on the oak branches on the roof of the garage. They sat in silence, row upon row of black shapes, watching the house. They were not attacking. They were waiting. They were the jury assembling for the trial. Silas poured himself another drink, his hand shaking so bad the bottle clattered against the glass. He looked out the window through the cracks between the boards. He saw the army of birds, and he knew that the ring was closing. The alpha, the one with the red eyes, was out there somewhere leading them. "He is coming for me," Silas whispered to the empty room. "He wants my eyes." He touched his own face, tracing the socket of his eye. He felt a phantom pain, a sharp peck that wasn't there. He closed his eyes, but the darkness behind his lids was filled with the sound of beating wings. He was the richest man in the parish, the king of the river, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, Silas Thorne felt like the poorest soul on earth. He was a man under siege, fighting a war against nature itself, and nature, he was realizing, was a cruel and unforgiving general. The night wore on like a slow fever dream inside the fortified walls of Blackwood Manor. Silas Thorne sat in a straight-backed chair at the bottom of the grand staircase, his shotgun resting across his knees. He had not moved for hours. His eyes, gritty with exhaustion, scanned the shadows of the foyer, watching for movement that never came. The house was silent, save for the ticking of the grandfather clock and the occasional settling groan of the timber beams. It was a silence that felt heavy and expectant, like the air in a courtroom before the verdict is read. Upstairs in the master suite, Silas's wife had finally cried herself to sleep, drifting into a fitful slumber, aided by a heavy dose of sedatives. But down the hall in the nursery that had been converted into a bedroom for the young heir, Julian was wide awake. The boy was 10 years old, and the concept of a siege was lost on him. To Julian, this was just another one of his father's strange moods, a terrifying game of hide-and-seek that had gone on too long. Julian sat on the floor in the center of his room, surrounded by an army of lead soldiers. He was arranging them in battle formation, line upon line of painted infantrymen, facing off against an invisible enemy. The room was dim, lit only by a small nightlight, plugged into the wall, near the baseboards. His father had boarded up the windows, leaving the room in a permanent twilight, but Julian didn't mind the dark. He was a Thorne, and Thorns were not afraid of the dark, or so his father always said. He picked up a cavalry officer and marched him across the rug, making soft explosion sounds under his breath. He was bored. He wanted to go outside and shoot his slingshot. He wanted to see the river. But the door was locked. His father had been very clear about that. "Lock the door, Julian. Do not open it for anyone. Not even me, unless I give the password." The password was victory. Julian thought it was a stupid password. He stopped playing. A sound had caught his attention. It was a soft scratching noise coming from the wall behind the fireplace. The fireplace in Julian's room was a small decorative affair, faced with Italian marble, and sealed off years ago when the central heating was installed. Or at least Julian thought it was sealed. He stood up, walking over to the hearth. He pressed his ear against the cold stone. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It sounded like something was moving inside the chimney. Maybe a squirrel, or a raccoon seeking shelter from the damp night air. Julian felt a spark of excitement. An animal. Something to catch. Something to break the monotony of his imprisonment. He knelt down and peered into the dark opening of the grate. The metal damper was rusted shut, a heavy iron plate that blocked the flue. But as he watched, a small trickle of soot fell from the crack around the edge. Then a small piece of mortar dropped onto the hearth with a clatter. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The noise was louder now, more insistent. It sounded like metal scraping against stone. Julian reached out and touched the handle of the damper. It was cold and covered in dust. He gave it a tug. It didn't move. He pulled harder, bracing his feet against the marble. With a sudden screech of grinding metal, the rusted mechanism gave way. The damper swung open, showering the hearth with a cloud of black soot and debris. Julian coughed, waving his hands to clear the air. He leaned forward, peering up into the dark throat of the chimney. "Hello," he whispered, his voice echoing in the brick shaft. "Is anyone there?" At first there was only silence and the smell of old ash. Then two red lights appeared in the darkness above him. They were small and bright, glowing like hot coals. They were eyes, and they were descending. A black shape dropped from the flue, landing in the pile of soot with a soft thud. It shook itself, sending a cloud of black dust into the room. Julian scrambled back, his heart suddenly hammering in his chest. This was no squirrel. This was no raccoon. It was a bird, a massive black crow. Its feathers coated in soot, its beak sharp and gleaming in the dim light of the nightlight. It hopped out of the fireplace and onto the expensive Persian rug, leaving black claw marks on the fabric. Julian stared at it, fascinated and terrified. He recognized the bird. It was the one he had seen in the garden, the one his father had shot at. The one with the red eyes. "Shoo," Julian whispered, his voice trembling. "Go away. You are not supposed to be in here." The bird tilted its head, looking at the boy with an intelligence that was unnerving. It did not look afraid. It looked calm, deliberate. It took a hop forward, coming closer to where Julian sat on the floor. Tap. The bird pecked at the head of one of the lead soldiers, knocking it over. It looked up at Julian, as if waiting for a reaction. Julian reached for a heavy wooden block, part of a castle set he had been building. He raised it above his head, intending to squash the intruder, just as he had squashed bugs in the garden. "I said get out," Julian hissed. He threw the block. It missed the bird by inches, thumping against the floor. The crow didn't flinch. Instead, it let out a low rattling hiss and spread its wings. They were huge, spanning the width of the hearth. The bird launched itself into the air. Downstairs, Silas Thorne jerked awake. He hadn't realized he had dozed off, but the sound of something heavy falling on the floor above him had snapped him back to reality. He sat up, gripping the shotgun, listening intently. Silence. Then a muffled thud. Then another. It was coming from the nursery. "Julian," Silas called out, his voice tight with panic. "Julian, are you all right?" There was no answer. Just the sound of movement. Quick, scurrying sounds. And then a crash like a lamp being knocked over. Silas scrambled to his feet, abandoning his post. He ran up the grand staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He reached the landing and sprinted down the hall toward his son's room. "Julian," he shouted, banging his fist on the heavy oak door. "Julian, open this door." From inside the room came a sound that stopped Silas's blood cold. It was a scream. But it wasn't a scream of surprise or anger. It was a scream of pure, unadulterated terror. It was high and shrill, and it cut off abruptly as if a hand had been clamped over a mouth. "Daddy," the boy's voice choked out, muffled and wet. "Daddy, help." Silas threw himself against the door. It was locked. The heavy brass bolt that he himself had installed to keep the world out was now keeping him out. "Open the door," Silly screamed, fumbling for the key in his pocket. He couldn't find it. He had changed his trousers before dinner. The key was in the master bedroom. He kicked the door, his expensive shoe slamming against the wood. The door didn't budge. It was solid oak, built to last 100 years. "Julian, say the password," Silas yelled, desperation clawing at his throat. "Say the password and open the door." "Victory. The password is victory." There was no answer from the other side. The screaming had stopped. Now there was only a strange wet sound, a tearing sound, like fabric being ripped, or meat being pulled from bone. And then the tapping began. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow and rhythmic, coming from the floor right on the other side of the door. Silas backed away, his eyes wide with horror. He raised the shotgun. He didn't care about the wood. He didn't care about the danger. He had to get in. "Stand back, Julian," Silas roared. "I am coming in." He pulled the trigger. The boom of the shotgun was deafening in the confined hallway. The lock shattered, splinters of wood and brass exploding inward. Silas kicked the door again, and this time it swung open, crashing against the wall. The room was dark, the nightlight having been smashed in the struggle. The air was thick with the smell of soot and iron. Silas fumbled for the light switch, his hand shaking so badly he could barely find it. He flicked it on. The overhead chandelier flooded the room with brilliant, unforgiving light. Silas stepped across the threshold, his gun raised, ready to kill whatever intruder had dared to touch his son. But as his eyes adjusted to the scene before him, the gun slipped from his nerveless fingers and clattered to the floor. The scream that tore from Silas's throat was not human. It was the sound of a soul being ripped apart. It echoed through the empty halls of Blackwood Manor, a herald of the tragedy that had finally come home to roost. The war was over. The enemy had breached the keep, and the cost of the Dragon's Eye had finally been paid in full. The light from the crystal chandelier was merciless. It flooded every corner of the nursery, banishing the shadows that had hidden the crime, but revealing a horror that no amount of darkness could ever soften. Silas Thorne stood frozen in the doorway, his mind struggling to process the visual information that his eyes were feeding him. It was a tableau of nightmares, a scene so grotesque and heartbreaking that it felt like a hallucination induced by fever or madness. But the smell of copper and ozone was real. The cold draft coming from the open fireplace was real. And the silence, the terrible, heavy silence that had replaced his son's screams, was the most real thing of all. Julian lay in the center of the room on the expensive Persian rug that Silas had imported from the East. The boy was sprawled on his back, his small limbs thrown out in a posture of surrender. Around him lay the scattered army of his lead soldiers, their painted faces looking on as silent witnesses to a battle they could not fight. The rug, usually a vibrant pattern of reds and golds, was now stained with a darker, fresher crimson. A pool of blood had formed around the boy's head, soaking into the wool, spreading outward like a dark halo. Silas took a stumbling step forward, his legs moving without his permission. His breath came in short, ragged gasps that sounded like sobbing. He dropped the shotgun. It clattered to the floor, forgotten, a useless tool against an enemy that moved like smoke. He fell to his knees beside the body of his heir, his hands hovering over the boy, afraid to touch, afraid to confirm the cold reality of death. "Julian," Silas whispered, his voice a broken shard of sound. "Julian, wake up. It is Daddy. I am here." I opened the door, but Julian did not wake up. His face, The face that Silas had looked upon with such pride, the face that was supposed to carry the Thorn name into the next century, was ruined. It was marked with soot from the chimney, black streaks that looked like war paint on pale skin. And there was the wound, the terrible, precise wound that mirrored the one on the silver platter. Julian's left eye was gone. The socket was a dark, empty cavern weeping red tears. The eyelid was torn, a ragged curtain that had been ripped aside to get at the prize beneath. The boy's other eye, the right one, was wide open, staring up at the blinding lights of the chandelier. It was fixed in an expression of ultimate terror, a frozen scream that would never be voiced. The blue iris was dull, the spark of life extinguished as thoroughly as a candle pinched by wet fingers. Silas let out a low keen, a sound of animal distress that rose from his gut and tore through his throat. He reached out and touched his son's cheek. It was still warm. The warmth of life was fleeing, but it had not yet abandoned the vessel. This had happened seconds ago, while Silas was fumbling with the door, while he was shouting the password, while he was thinking about keys and locks. His son had been butchered inches away from him. Then the movement caught his eye. Resting on Julian's chest, right over the heart that had ceased to beat, sat the crow. Shadow was sleek and black, his feathers coated in a fine layer of soot that made him look like a creature forged from the ashes of hell. He did not fly away when Silas approached. He did not caw in alarm. He simply sat there, his talons gripping the bloody fabric of Julian's silk pajamas. He looked at Silas with a calm, terrifying intelligence. In the bird's beak, held gently like a precious jewel, was a small round object. It was blue and white and wettish. Silas recoiled, scrambling backward on his hands and knees, his mind snapping under the strain. He vomited bile, splashing onto the floor next to his dead son. He couldn't look away. The bird was holding the trophy. It was showing him. It was making sure he understood the transaction. "You," Silas gasped, wiping his mouth with a shaking hand. "You devil. You took him. You took my boy." Shadow tilted his head. He dropped the object onto the boy's chest, where it rolled to a stop against a lead soldier. The bird let out a low rattling sound. It was not a laugh this time. It was a statement, a final punctuation mark at the end of a long and bloody sentence. Silas looked at the bird's eyes. They were glowing with that same unnatural red fire, but now the fire seemed dim, satisfied. The hunger was gone. The debt had been paid. A son for a son, a future for a future. The nest in the shack had been destroyed, so the nest in the manor had been emptied. It was a brutal mathematical symmetry that Silas's business mind understood perfectly, even as his heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. Why? Silas screamed, his voice raw. Why him? He was just a boy. He did nothing. The crow stared at him. It seemed to communicate without words, projecting a cold, hard truth into Silas's brain. Neither did the nestlings. Neither did Arthur. You started this. I finished it. Silas lunged. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't have a plan. He just had rage. He threw himself at the bird, his hands reaching out to strangle, to crush, to kill. But Shadow was gone before Silas could even touch him. The bird launched himself into the air, his powerful wings beating against the stagnant air of the room. He flew up toward the ceiling, circling the chandelier once, casting a fleeting shadow over the dead boy. Then he dove toward the open door, the door that Silas had destroyed to get in. He flew past Silas's head, so close that the wingtips brushed the man's cheek, leaving a smear of soot like a brand. Silas fell onto his son's body, wrapping his arms around the small bloody form. He buried his face in Julian's neck, sobbing uncontrollably, rocking back and forth in a pool of blood and grief. The bird flew out into the hallway. It did not leave the house immediately. It flew down the grand staircase, its shadow gliding along the portraits of the Thorn ancestors. It flew through the foyer, past the grandfather clock that was ticking away, the demise of the lineage. It found an open window in the library, the one Silas had broken in his rage the morning before, and slipped out into the night. Back in the nursery, Silas Thorne lay with the corpse of his ambition. He was a broken man. The walls of Blackwood Manor, which he had built to keep the world out, had become his prison. The wealth he had hoarded was useless. The land he had stolen was worthless. He had traded his soul for a kingdom only to find that the throne was made of ash and the crown was made of thorns. Footsteps pounded down the hall. His wife appeared in the doorway, her hair wild, her eyes wide with panic. She saw the broken door. She saw the blood. She saw her husband, clutching their dead child. Her scream was different from Silas's. It was the sound of a mind breaking. She collapsed in the doorway, sliding down the frame, unable to enter the room, unable to face the reality of what lay on the rug. Silas did not look up. He just held Julian tighter, whispering the password over and over again into the silence. "Victory," he whispered. "Victory. Victory." But there was no victory here. There was only the dead stare of the lead soldiers and the cold draft from the chimney, and the knowledge that somewhere out in the dark, a black bird was flying back to the river, carrying the news that the books were finally balanced. The dragon's eye had closed, and it had taken the light of the Thorne family with it. The funeral for the young heir of Blackwood Manor was a quiet, hurried affair, performed under the cloak of secrecy and shame. There were no crowds of mourners, no speeches about the bright future of the parish. Just a small mahogany box, lowered into the family crypt, and a mother who had to be sedated to stop her screaming. Afterward, the heavy iron gates of the estate were locked, and the world outside was shut away. The servants fled one by one, packing their bags in the dead of night, unable to bear the oppressive weight of the air inside the house. Even Silas's wife was taken away by her brother, a broken shell of a woman, who stared at walls and whispered about birds in the chimney. Silas Thorne was alone. He wandered the vast empty halls of his mansion, like a ghost haunting his own life. He had not slept in 3 days. His eyes were sunken pits of darkness, his skin gray and unshaven. The linen suit he wore was stained with wine and sweat, a tattered remnant of his former elegance. He carried a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a kerosene lantern in the other, having smashed all the electric bulbs in a fit of paranoia. He claimed the electric light hurt his eyes. He claimed it let them see him. The house was decomposing around him. Without the staff to maintain it, dust began to settle on the polished surfaces. Dead flowers rotted in their vases, the water turning brown and foul. The air grew stale and cold. Silas moved from room to room, checking the locks, checking the boards on the windows, muttering to himself in a low, feverish monologue. "He is here," Silas whispered to the empty foyer. "I know he is here. He thinks he can hide in the shadows, but I can see him. I can smell him." He stopped in front of the large mirror in the hallway. He held up the lantern, peering into the glass. At first he saw only his own ravaged reflection, a madman with wild eyes. But then the image shifted, the face in the mirror changed. The jaw softened, the hair turned white and wispy. The eyes became sad and filled with a red fire. Arthur stared back at him from the glass. "Hello, Silas," the reflection seemed to say, though no sound was made. "You look tired. Is the bed not soft enough? Is the house not big enough? Or is it too crowded in there with all the ghosts?" Silas screamed and threw the whiskey bottle at the mirror. The glass shattered into 1,000 glittering shards, destroying the image. But Arthur's face remained burned into Silas's mind. He stumbled into the library, the room where the plan had been hatched, where the poison had been handed over. He went to his desk intending to find another bottle, but stopped when he looked at the leather chair. Someone was sitting there. It was Arthur again. He was sitting comfortably, his legs crossed, wearing his ragged fisherman's clothes. He was wet, dripping river water onto the expensive rug. He looked at Silas with a calm, patient expression. "You took my home," Arthur whispered, the sound rustling like dry leaves. "So I took yours. You took my son. So I took yours. It is a fair trade, Silas. Why are you crying?" Silas rubbed his eyes, pressing the heels of his hand into his sockets until stars exploded in his vision. When he looked again, the chair was empty. But the sea was wet. A dark stain of river water soaked the leather. "It is not real," Silas sobbed, backing away. "It is the stress. It is the grief. I am Silas Thorne. I am the master here." He ran out of the library and up the stairs. He needed to get away from the ground floor, away from the mud and the water. He ran to the nursery, the room he had avoided since the night of the murder. The door was boarded up now, sealed with heavy planks that Silas had nailed in place himself. He pressed his ear against the wood, listening. Tap, tap, tap. It was faint, but it was there. The sound of a beak hitting the floorboards inside the sealed room. "Let me out, Daddy," a voice whispered. It was Julian's voice, but distorted, hollow, like it was coming from the bottom of a well. "It is dark in here, Daddy. The bird is looking at me. He wants the other eye." Silas clamped his hands over his ears and slid down the wall, curling into a ball. "Stop it," he screamed. "Stop it, stop it." He lay there for hours, shivering in the cold draft that seemed to blow through the house regardless of the sealed windows. He thought about his money. He had millions in the bank. He owned ships and land and politicians. But he could not use any of it to buy his way out of this. He could not bribe a ghost. He could not sue a crow. As the sun began to set, casting long, terrifying shadows through the cracks in the boards, a new thought took root in Silas's fevered brain. It was a thought of pure, desperate clarity. The source. The evil was not in the manor. The manor was just the vessel. The evil came from the river. It came from that rotting shack on the bend. That was where the bird lived. That was where the old man's spirit was anchored. As long as that shack stood, the curse would continue. Malachi and Cletus had failed to burn it. They were weak. They were incompetent. "I have to do it myself," Silas whispered, standing up. His legs were shaky, but his resolve was hardening into a brittle, diamond-sharp madness. "I have to burn the nest. I have to scour the earth with fire. If I burn the shack, the bird will have nowhere to go. The ghost will have no home. It will break the link." He stumbled down the stairs, moving with a newfound purpose. He went to the kitchen and found a box of matches. He found a can of lighter fluid in the pantry. He stuffed them into his pockets. He walked to the front door and began to undo the locks. His hands trembled, but he forced them to work. He threw open the heavy door and stepped out into the night. The air was thick and humid, alive with the sounds of the swamp. The cicadas were screaming a high-pitched wall of noise. To Silas, it sounded like they were chanting his name. "Silas, Silas, Silas." He looked toward the garage, where the black Cadillac sat collecting dust. He didn't want to take the car. The car was a coffin. He would walk. It was a penance, a pilgrimage of fire. He started down the long driveway, the gravel crunching under his expensive shoes. He looked up at the sky. The moon was full, a giant, unblinking eye staring down at him. And crossing the face of the moon, he saw them. Crows, hundreds of them. They were circling silently high above the estate. They were watching him. They knew where he was going. "Let them watch," Silas snarled, a rictus of a grin stretching his face. "Let them see what a king does when he is cornered. I will burn them all. I will turn their world to ash." He walked out the iron gates and turned onto the river road, heading toward the bend. He was a lone figure, in a stained white suit, walking into the darkness, armed with nothing but fire and madness. marching toward a final confrontation with the demons he had created. The dragon's eye was waiting, and it was hungry for one last sacrifice. The walk to the river was a descent into the underworld. Silas Thorne stumbled along the overgrown path, his expensive leather shoes sucking into the mud with every step. The moon hung low and heavy in the sky, a bloated white eye that seemed to trace his progress with a cold, detached amusement. To Silas, the swamp had transformed. It was no longer a collection of trees and water. It was a living, breathing organism. The hanging moss looked like tattered shrouds reaching out to brush against his face. The cypress knees protruding from the black water looked like the knuckles of buried giants trying to claw their way to the surface. He muttered to himself as he walked a stream of broken logic and feverish prayers. He clutched the can of lighter fluid to his chest like a holy relic. In his fractured mind, fire was the only cleansing agent left. Fire would cauterize the wound. Fire would drive the shadows back. Fire would kill the bird. He reached the clearing where Arthur's shack stood. The structure looked skeletal in the moonlight, its roof sagging and its door hanging open like a broken jaw. The yellow police tape that the sheriff had strung up days ago fluttered in the breeze, a pathetic attempt to impose order on a site of tragedy. Silas tore through it, the plastic stretching and snapping with a sharp sound. He stood in the yard, panting, his breath coming in white puffs. The silence here was profound. The cicadas, which had been screaming on the road, fell silent as soon as he crossed the property line. It was a vacuum of sound, a holy quiet that felt like the air inside a tomb. Silas approached the shack. He could smell the lingering scent of the swamp, mixed with the faint odor of decay. He stepped onto the porch, the wood groaning under his weight. He remembered the last time he was here, standing tall and arrogant, offering money to the old man. He remembered the bird snapping at him. "You should have taken the money," Arthur Silas whispered to the darkness. "You made me do this. This is your fault." He uncapped the can of lighter fluid. He squeezed the tin, sending a stream of clear liquid splashing against the gray wood of the wall. The smell of naphtha cut through the swamp air, sharp and chemical. Silas moved around the perimeter of the house, spraying the fluid on the pilings, on the porch steps, on the window frames. He drenched the front door. He squeezed the last drops onto the floorboards of the main room, right where Arthur had died. He threw the empty can into the river, hearing it splash into the dark water. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the box of wooden matches. His hands were shaking so violently, he dropped the first two. They fell into the mud, lost forever. "Calm down, Silas," he hissed at himself. "Steady. One spark is all it takes. One spark to end the nightmare." He struck the third match. The sulfur flared blue, then yellow, a tiny star of heat in the cold night. Silas held it up, staring at the flame. It was beautiful. It was pure. "Goodbye," Arthur Silas said. "Go back to hell." He tossed the match onto the fluid-soaked porch. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like a giant inhaling, the fumes ignited. Whoosh! A wall of orange fire erupted in front of him. The heat was instantaneous and intense, searing his eyebrows and singing the hair on his arms. Silas stumbled back, shielding his face. The fire crawled up the walls with unnatural speed, fed by the dry rot of the wood and the chemical accelerant. It licked at the roof beams, turning the shack into a blazing pyre against the night sky. Silas laughed. It was a high, jagged sound that bordered on hysteria. He watched the flames dance, reflecting in his white and manic eyes. He felt a surge of triumph. He was winning. He was destroying the source. "Burn!" he screamed over the roar of the fire. "Burn, you devil! Leave me alone!" The heat grew stronger, pushing him further back into the yard. The old timber crackled and popped, sending showers of sparks drifting up into the darkness. The shack was being consumed. The roof began to sag inward. But then the wind shifted. It wasn't a gradual change. It was a sudden, violent reversal. The wind, which had been blowing from the river, suddenly whipped around, blowing straight from the sea toward the water. It caught the flames and fanned them, whipping them into a frenzy. And it blew the fire toward Silas. A tongue of flame lashed out like a whip, catching the hem of his linen jacket. Silas yelped, slapping at the fabric. He managed to put it out, but the heat was becoming unbearable. The smoke thickened, rolling over him in a choking gray cloud. He coughed, his eyes watering. Through the smoke and the flames, Silas saw something. In the center of the burning house, amidst the inferno, the main support beam was still standing. And perched on top of that beam, untouched by the fire, was a shape. It was the crow. It sat amidst the Holocaust, calm and regal. The flames licked at its feathers but did not burn them. The smoke swirled around it, but did not choke it. It looked like a phoenix born of darkness instead of light. Its red eyes bored through the fire, locking onto Silas. Silas froze, paralyzed by the impossibility of what he was seeing. The bird opened its beak. It didn't scream. It didn't call. It spoke. Or rather, the sound of the fire twisted into a voice that Silas recognized. "Is it warm enough for you, Silas?" It was Arthur's voice. Silas screamed and turned to run. But he tripped over a root hidden in the grass. He fell hard, his face pressing into the mud. The heat was on his back now, a physical weight. He scrambled to his feet, crab walking backward. The roof of the shack collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a wave of sparks and burning debris exploding outward. A burning plank landed inches from Silas's leg. He kicked it away, scrambling further back until he hit the edge of the tree line. He stood there panting, soot streaked across his face. His fine suit ruined, his mind teetering on the abyss. The shack was gone, reduced to a heap of glowing coals and twisted metal. The nest was destroyed, but the bird was still there. Silas saw it rise from the ashes. It flew up through the column of smoke, its wings beating the sparks into submission. It circled the fire once, a black silhouette against the orange glow. Then it turned and flew straight toward Silas. Silas turned and fled. He ran blindly into the swamp, crashing through the underbrush, tearing his clothes on thorns, splashing through knee-deep mud. He didn't know where he was going. He just knew he had to get away from the fire, away from the bird, away from the voice in the flames. He ran until his lungs burnt and his legs gave out. He collapsed under a massive oak tree, gasping for air. He looked back toward the river. A faint orange glow pulsed in the distance, marking the spot where he had tried to burn away his sins. He lay there in the dark, listening to the swamp, listening to his own ragged breathing. He had burned the house. He had done what he set out to do. But as he closed his eyes, he saw the bird rising from the fire. And he knew with a terrible cold certainty that he had not ended the curse. He had only signaled the start of the final act. He had lit a beacon, a signal fire, that would draw the vengeance straight to him. Silas curled into a ball in the mud and wept. He was the master of nothing. He was a frightened child, lost in the dark, waiting for the monsters to come. And they were coming. He could hear the beating of wings in the night air, getting closer and closer. The bus ride from the city had taken 4 hours. 4 hours of staring out the grimy window at the passing fields of sugar cane and the endless stretch of green swamp. William sat in the back, his duffel bag resting on his knees, his hands clasping the canvas straps until his knuckles turned white. He was wearing his army uniform, though it hung loosely on his frame now. The war in Korea had taken the softness of youth from him and replaced it with lean muscle and a 1,000-yard stare. He had seen things in the mountains of the east that he knew he would never be able to speak of. The cold, the mud, the endless waves of men dying in the snow. All of it had hollowed him out, leaving him feeling like a ghost haunting his own life. But as the bus rumbled closer to the river, closer to home, A small spark of warmth had begun to kindle in his chest. He thought of his father Arthur. He thought of the smell of the river in the morning, the taste of fried catfish, the sound of the rain on the tin roof. He thought of the simple, quiet life that awaited him, a life far away from mortars and machine gun fire. He had written to his father every week, but the letters had stopped coming months ago. He told himself it was just the mail service. He told himself the old man was just busy, or that his arthritis made writing difficult. He refused to let the darker thoughts take root. The bus pulled to a stop at the crossroads outside the village. The doors hissed open, and William stepped down onto the dusty gravel. The heat hit him instantly, a humid embrace that felt like a physical weight. It was the smell of home, wet earth, pine needles, and the brackish tang of the delta. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment to savor it. He was back. He had survived. He slung his bag over his shoulder and began the long walk down the river road. The sun was high in the sky, beating down on his neck, but he didn't mind. It felt good after the freezing winters of Korea. He walked past the familiar landmarks, the old general store, the church with the peeling paint, the docks where the shrimpers were unloading their catch. A few people looked up as he passed, shielding their eyes against the sun. They stopped what they were doing, watching him with strange expressions. Pity, fear, curiosity. William waved, but they didn't wave back. They just whispered to one another, turning away, as if he were a bearer of bad news. A knot of unease tightened in his stomach. He quickened his pace, his boots kicking up dust. Why were they looking at him like that? Had something happened? He turned off the main road onto the narrow dirt path that led to the bend in the river. The trees closed in around him, the cypress branches forming a tunnel of green shadow. He anticipated the first glimpse of the shack, the plume of smoke from the chimney, the sound of his father chopping wood. But as he rounded the final curve, the sight that met his eyes stopped him dead in his tracks. There was no shack. There was only a blackened scar on the earth. William dropped his bag. It hit the ground with a dull thud, kicking up a puff of ash. He stared his mind, refusing to comprehend the destruction. The house was gone. The porch where he had spent his childhood evenings was gone. The roof that had sheltered them from 1,000 storms was gone. All that remained was a heap of charred timber, twisted metal, and gray ash that was still smoldering in the damp air. The chimney stood alone, a brick tombstone rising from the grave of his home. He ran. He ran toward the ruins, his heart hammering against his ribs. He searched the wreckage, looking for his father, looking for any sign of life. "Dad," he shouted, his voice cracking. "Dad, are you here?" Silence answered him, the silence of the dead. He walked through the ashes, his boots crunching on the remains of his life. He found the iron frame of his bed twisted by the heat. He found the skillet his father used to cook fish. He found the tin box that had held his letters. The metal blackened and warped, the papers inside, reduced to dust. He fell to his knees in the soot, his hands digging into the earth. "No," he whispered, tears cutting tracks through the grime on his face. "No, please God, no." A hand touched his shoulder. William spun around, his hand instinctively going for a knife that wasn't there. It was Martha. She stood behind him, wearing a black dress, her face lined with grief. She had seen him pass the store and had followed him, knowing what he would find. "He is not here, William," she said softly. "He is gone, son." William looked at her, his eyes wide and wild. "Where is he?" William asked, grabbing her hand. "Where is my father? Did the fire take him?" Martha shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. "No, William. The fire was last night. Your father died a week ago." His heart gave out. "Or so they say." She pulled him into an embrace, holding him as he collapsed into sobs. She told him everything. She told him about the men in the suits. She told him about the threats. She told him about the bird that never left his side. She told him how she had found him dead in the wrecked house and how Silas Thorne had paid for the funeral. William listened, his grief hardening into something cold and sharp. He pulled away from Martha and looked at the ruins of his home. Thorne, he said, the name tasting like bile. He did this. Martha nodded slowly. He wanted the land, William. He wanted it bad. And now he has burned the house to clear the way. He thinks he won. William stood up. He wiped his face with his sleeve, smearing the soot and the tears. He looked at the river, which flowed on indifferent to his loss. He looked at the sky where a single black bird was circling high above, watching. "Take me to him," William said, his voice low and dangerous. "Take me to my family." Martha led him to the cemetery. It was a long walk, but William didn't feel the fatigue. He felt only a burning numbness. They walked through the iron gates, past the ornate crypts of the rich families, until they reached the muddy corner, near the swamp edge. There was a fresh grave there, covered in a mound of wet earth. A simple wooden cross marked the spot with the name Arthur, crudely carved into the wood. There were no flowers, only the prints of a bird's feet stamped all over the dirt. William knelt beside the grave. He placed his hand on the damp earth, imagining his father sleeping beneath it. He thought of the man who had raised him, who had taught him to fish, who had sacrificed everything to keep this small piece of land. And he thought of the men who had taken that life away. "I am back, Dad," William whispered. "I am sorry I was late. I am so sorry." He stayed there for a long time, his head bowed in prayer and vengeance. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the graveyard. Martha stood a respectful distance away, giving him space to mourn. When William finally stood up, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky a bruised purple. He looked toward the hill, where the lights of Blackwood Manor usually shone. But tonight, the hill was dark. He turned to Martha. "Thank you, Martha," William said. "You should go home now." "What are you going to do, William?" she asked, fear in her voice. "Do not go up there, son. Silas Thorne is a powerful man. He has men. He has guns." William looked at the charred remains of his home in the distance. He touched the pocket of his uniform, where he kept a picture of his father. "I am not going up there," William said. "I do not need to. The war taught me one thing, Martha. You do not chase the enemy when he is dug in. You wait. You let him make a mistake. And Silas Thorne has made a terrible mistake." He looked up at the sky again. The black bird had descended, landing on the wooden cross of his father's grave. It looked at William with red eyes. William looked back. A silent understanding passed between the soldier and the crow. "He is afraid," William whispered. "I can feel it. He burned the house because he is afraid. And he should be." William turned and walked back toward the river, back toward the ashes of his life. He would sleep on the ground tonight. He would guard the land. And he would wait for the debt collector to finish his work. The swamp was a labyrinth of shadows and despair, designed to strip a man of his sanity before it claimed his life. Silas Thorne had been running for hours, though he had no idea of the direction. He had lost one of his Italian leather shoes in a sucking mud hole miles back, and now limped with one foot bare, bleeding from cuts inflicted by hidden cypress knees and jagged roots. His white linen suit, once the armor of his station, was torn to ribbons, stained with black muck and green slime. He looked less like a king and more like a beggar spat out by the belly of a whale. He stopped, leaning against the mossy trunk of a water oak, his chest heaving with dry, ragged sobs. The adrenaline that had fueled his flight from the burning shack had long since evaporated, leaving behind a cold, brittle exhaustion. He was thirsty, a terrible parched thirst that made his tongue feel like a strip of sandpaper. But he dared not drink from the stagnant black pools around him. He knew what lived in that water. He knew the parasitoids and the rot. Silas, he whispered to himself, the sound harsh in the stillness. You have to keep moving. You have to get back to the road, back to the manor, back to the walls. But which way was the road? Every tree looked the same. Every shadow looked like a grasping hand. And the silence was not empty. It was filled with the soft rustle of wings. They were following him. He couldn't see them in the canopy. The darkness was too absolute, but he could feel them. Hundreds of eyes watching his stumbling progress. He could hear the occasional click of a beak against wood. Tap, tap. A reminder that he was not alone. A reminder that the hunt was still on. He pushed himself off the tree and stumbled forward. He swatted at the mosquitoes that swarmed his face, biting his sweat-soaked skin. He felt a phantom itching in his left eye, a sympathetic resonance with the injury he had seen on his son. He rubbed his face, smearing mud into his pores. I burned it, he muttered, his voice rising to a manic pitch. I burned the nest. It should be over. Why is it not over? A voice answered him from the darkness. It was not Arthur's voice this time. It was Malachi's. Because you missed a spot, boss. Silas spun around, splashing into a shallow pool. Who is there, Malachi? He saw a shape standing in the mist. It looked like his enforcer wearing his dark suit. But as Silas squinted, trying to focus through the gloom, he saw that the figure had no eyes. Just dark, hollow pits, weeping black blood. You promised us money, Boss Malachi whispered. You promised us protection. But you just fed us to the birds. Silas screamed and scrambled backward, tripping over a submerged log. He fell into the water, sputtering and thrashing. When he surfaced, the figure was gone. Just a trick of the light. Just the madness leaking into his brain. He crawled out of the water, shivering uncontrollably. The night air was cooling, and his wet clothes clung to him like a shroud. He reached into his breast pocket, checking for the only thing that mattered. The deed. The piece of paper that proved he was the master of the riverbend. It was damp, but it was still there. He clutched it tight, holding it against his heart, as if it were a shield. I own it, he hissed. I paid for it. It is mine. He forced himself to stand, to keep walking. He had to find the edge of the swamp. He had to find civilization. As the hours dragged on, the darkness began to thin. The sky above the canopy turned a bruised purple, then a sickly gray. Morning was coming. But the light brought no comfort. It only revealed the hopelessness of his position. He was deep in the bayou, surrounded by miles of unforgiving wilderness. But as the sun began to rise, Silas noticed something. The birds. The crows were no longer hiding in the trees. They were dropping down, hopping along the ground in front of him. They formed a line, a black river of feathers that seemed to be flowing in a specific direction. They were not attacking him. They were hurting him. Silas realized with a jolt of horror that he had no choice in his path. If he tried to turn left, the birds would flock there, blocking the way, with a wall of beating wings and snapping beaks. If he turned right, they did the same. They were guiding him, leading him somewhere. Where are you taking me? Silas croaked, addressing the army of scavengers. To hell. Are we going to hell? One large crow, the one with the scarred beak that looked like shadow, hopped onto a low branch right in front of Silas's face. It tilted its head, looking at him with those burning red eyes. It let out a soft caw and jerked its head forward, pointing the way. Silas followed. He was too broken to resist. He was a prisoner being marched to the gallows. The trees began to thin. The ground became firmer, changing from mud to sandy loam. The smell of the air changed, losing the stagnant rot of the deep swamp and taking on the fresh flowing scent of the river. He stumbled out of the tree line and fell to his knees in the tall grass. He was back at the riverbend. He was back at the site of his crime. But it was different now. The shack was gone. In its place was a smoldering heap of black ash and twisted metal. Thin wisps of gray smoke curled up into the morning air. The chimney stood alone, a silent sentinel amidst the destruction. Silas wept. He had gone in a circle. He had spent the entire night running only to end up exactly where he started. There was no escape. The land would not let him leave. Then he saw the figure. Standing near the ruins staring at the ashes was a man. He was young, wearing a green army uniform that looked out of place in this peaceful devastation. He stood tall and still, his back to Silas. Silas blinked, wiping the mud from his eyes. Was it another ghost? Was it Arthur come back in the guise of his youth? Arthur, Silas whispered, pulling himself to his feet. Arthur, is that you? The figure turned slowly. It was not Arthur, but the eyes were the same. They were Arthur's eyes, set in a younger, harder face. It was the son, the soldier. Silas stood swaying on his feet, his ruined suit hanging off him like rags. He looked at the young man, and he felt a strange sense of inevitability. This was the final piece of the puzzle. The heir. He reached into his pocket, his hand trembling violently. He pulled out the damp, crumpled piece of paper. The deed. William watched him, his expression unreadable. He did not move. He did not speak. He just waited. Silas took a step forward, holding the paper out like an offering, like a plea for mercy. Take it. Silas rasped, his voice sounding like grinding stones. Take it back. I do not want it. It is cursed. The whole damn world is cursed. He stumbled toward William, the crows parting to let him pass. He was a king surrendering his crown, a man broken by the weight of his own sins, coming to beg for the only thing he had left to hope for. An end. William took the crumpled, damp piece of paper from the shaking hand of the madman. He unfolded it slowly, his movements deliberate and calm, in stark contrast to Silas's frantic twitching. He smoothed the deed out against his thigh, looking at the ink that had sealed his father's fate. It was just paper, just wood pulp and legal jargon. It seemed impossibly light to carry such a heavy burden of blood and sorrow. William looked at the signature at the bottom, the jagged scrawl of the parish clerk, and the heavy, arrogant stroke of Silas Thorne's pen. He looked up at Silas. The man was a wreck. His lips were cracked and bleeding, his skin the color of old ash. He smelled of the swamp of fear and of madness. He was trembling violently, his eyes darting around the clearing, expecting the blow to fall at any second. It is yours, Silas gibbered, wringing his hands together. I gave it back. The transaction is void. Tell him. Tell the bird. Tell your father. I gave it back, so he has to leave me alone. That is the law. That is how it works. William folded the paper and placed it in the breast pocket of his uniform, right next to the photograph of Arthur. He looked at Silas with eyes that had seen too much death to be moved by the sphering of a monster. You think this is about land? William asked, his voice quiet, but cutting through the morning air like a razor. You think you can just hand back a piece of paper and undo what you did? You poisoned an old man in his own home. You crushed a nest of babies. You blinded your own soul, Silas. There is no refund for that. Silas flinched as if struck. He backed away, shaking his head. I did not know, Silas pleaded. It was business. It was just business. I fixed it. I paid for the funeral. I gave you the deed. What more do you want? I do not want anything from you, William said. I have what is mine. My father is in the ground. My home is ash. You cannot fix that. You cannot pay for that. Silas looked around wildly. The crows were still there. They lined the branches of the trees, a black audience, watching the final act of the tragedy. They were silent now, waiting. Tell them to stop, Silas whispered, pointing a shaking finger at the birds. You are his son. They will listen to you. Make them stop looking at me. William looked up at the crows. He saw Shadow perched on the charred remains of the chimney. The bird was staring at Silas with an intensity that was almost palpable. I cannot stop them, William said. I did not send them. You did. You invited them into your life when you decided that your greed was worth more than a life. You called down the thunder, Silas. Now you have to stand in the rain. As if on cue, the sky began to darken. It happened with unnatural speed. The morning sun, which had been bright only moments ago, was swallowed by a wall of clouds that rolled in from the gulf. These were not the gray clouds of a normal storm. They were black, bruised with purple and green, boiling and churning like a living thing. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a matter of seconds. The wind picked up, shifting from a breeze to a gale that whipped the ashes of the shack into a gray blizzard. Silas looked up at the sky and screamed. It was a sound of pure primal terror. He saw the face of his judgment in the clouds. He saw the end of his world descending upon him. No, Silas shrieked, clapping his hands over his ears. No more. I gave it back. It is not fair. Run, William said, his voice cold. If I were you, Silas, I would run. The storm does not care about fair. The storm just is. Silas looked at William one last time, seeing the implacable resolve in the young soldier's face. He realized then that there would be no forgiveness here. There would be no absolution. He was alone. He turned and ran. He ran back toward the road, back toward the illusion of safety that his manor house offered. He ran with the desperate, flailing gait of a man being hunted by his own shadow. The wind tore at his ruined clothes, pushing him, stumbling him, but he kept moving. He had to get to the house. He had to get behind the walls. William watched him go. He did not follow. He stood in the swirling ash of his childhood home, watching the black clouds lower over the parish. He felt the electricity in the air, the static charge that promised violence. He looked at Shadow. The bird spread its wings and took flight, riding the gale toward the retreating figure of Silas Thorne. The other crows followed a black river, rising into the dark sky. William sat down on the blackened stump of a cypress tree. He took off his cap and held it in his hands. He wasn't going anywhere. He would wait here with his father's spirit. He would wait and let the hand of God, or whatever power ruled this swamp, finish the work. The air grew heavy with the scent of ozone and rain. The storm of the century was arriving, and it had a specific target in mind. The storm that descended upon the parish was not merely a weather event. It was a cataclysm. A violent upheaval of the atmosphere that seemed intent on scrubbing the earth clean of all human architecture and sin. The wind roared with a voice that sounded like the collective scream of every soul buried in the swamp, rising to a deafening crescendo that shook the very bedrock of the delta. Trees that had withstood hurricanes for a century were snapped in half, their trunks exploding in showers of splinters. Power lines danced and sparked, hissing like angry snakes before being torn down, plunging the entire county into absolute darkness. Silas Thorne was a speck of white in this gray and black maelstrom. He was running along the river road, his body battered by the gale, his mind fractured by terror. The wind pushed him, stumbling him forward as if eager to deliver him to his destination. The rain was horizontal, flying like buckshot, stinging his face and blurring his vision until the world was nothing but a tunnel of fear and fear. He could see the gates of Blackwood Manor in the distance. The tall iron spikes loomed out of the darkness, illuminated by the strobe light, flashes of lightning that tore across the sky. To Silas, those gates represented salvation. If he could just get inside, if he could just get past the iron and the stone, he would be safe. He would hide in the cellar. He would bury himself under the earth, where the wind and the birds could not reach him. He pumped his legs, forcing his exhausted muscles to move. His lungs burned with every gasping breath. He was sobbing, but the sound was snatched away by the wind before it could even leave his lips. He was the richest man in the parish, a king of commerce, and now he was running through the mud, like a fugitive hunted by the very air he breathed. Above him, the sky was alive. The clouds were swirling in a tight vortex, centered directly over the manor house. And within that vortex, riding the turbulence like masters of the storm, were the crows. Thousands of them. They did not flap. They simply glided on the gale, their wings spread wide, turning in a slow, ominous circle. They were the eye of the hurricane, the calm center of the chaos. Watching the mouse run toward the trap, Silas reached the gates. They were closed, locked tight by his own hand days ago, to keep the world out. He grabbed the cold, wet iron bars, rattling them with desperate strength. "Let me in!" He screamed, his voice a thin thread of sound against the roar. "Open! Open, damn you!" He fumbled in his pockets for the keys. His wet fingers slipped on the metal. He dropped them. They fell into the mud at his feet, disappearing into the mire. No, Silas shrieked, falling to his knees. No, no, no. He clawed at the mud, frantically digging for the brass ring. But the earth had swallowed them. He was locked out of his own kingdom. He looked up. The manor house stood on the hill, a dark monolith against the flashing sky. It looked cold, abandoned. It was no longer a home. It was a mausoleum. Silas grabbed the bars again, pulling himself up. He would climb. He would climb over the spikes. He would crawl to the house if he had to. As his hands closed around the iron, a strange sensation washed over him. The air around him suddenly grew still. The wind stopped howling. The rain seemed to pause in midair. The hair on his arms stood up, prickling with a static charge so intense it felt like ants crawling on his skin. He smelled ozone, sharp and burning. He looked up at the sky one last time. The vortex of clouds had opened. Directly above him, a clear channel had formed a path from the heavens to the earth. And looking down from that height, perched on the very top of the stone pillar of the gate, was the crow. Shadow looked down at Silas. The bird's red eyes were glowing brighter than the lightning. He opened his beak and let out one single kirufri. It was Dosi was the verdict. Silas realized then what was happening. He tried to let go of the bars. He tried to throw himself backward into the mud. But his muscles were locked tight, frozen by the immense charge building in the atmosphere. He was the lightning rod. He was the conduit. The sky turned white. A bolt of lightning thick as a tree trunk and hot as the sun slammed down from the clouds. It did not hit the house. It did not hit the trees. It hit the iron gate directly where Silas Thorne was clinging to his fortune. There was no pain. There was no time for pain. There was only a blinding flash of pure energy, a sound like the earth cracking open, and then silence. The bolt traveled through the iron, through the wet clothes, through the flesh and bone. It vaporized the water in Silas's body instantly. It stopped his heart, his brain, his fear. For one brief second, he was illuminated from the inside, a glowing skeleton etched against the night. Then he was gone. The thunderclap that followed shook the ground for miles around, shattering windows in the village and sending tremors through the swamp. The flash blinded the crows circling above, but they did not scatter. They dipped their wings in a salute to the power of the storm. When the light faded, the storm broke. The wind died down instantly, as if a switch had been flipped. The rain slowed to a gentle weeping drizzle. At the gates of Blackwood Manor, smoke curled up from the blackened iron. The paint on the bars had bubbled and peeled. And at the base of the gate, amidst a scorched patch of earth, lay a heap of ash and bone. There was no white suit. There was no deed. There was no Silas Thorne. The dragon's eye had blinked, and the speck of dust that had irritated it was gone, wiped from existence by the hand of God. The crows began to land. They covered the fence, the gate, the ground. They stood in silence, a black funeral procession, for a man who had no one left to mourn him. Shadow flew down and landed on the pile of ash. He pecked at something glittering in the dust. It was a gold watch, melted and stopped forever at the moment of impact. The bird looked at it, then looked toward the river. The debt was paid. The balance was restored. The reign of the wolves was over. The morning after the storm brought a sunrise of exquisite clarity. The sky was a polished blue, scrubbed clean of all dust and humidity. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of renewal. The river, which had been a raging brown torrent, was beginning to settle, returning to its lazy, timeless flow toward the sea. William stood in the clearing where his father's house had once been. The ruins were still there, a stark reminder of the violence that had passed, but the fear was gone. The oppressive, heavy atmosphere that had hung over the bend for weeks had vanished, replaced by a profound peace. He walked through the wet grass, his boots leaving trails in the dew. He approached the chimney, the only part of the shack that had survived the fire and the storm. It stood tall and defiant, a monument to the endurance of his family. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the deed. It was dry now, crisp and official. He looked at it one last time. It was just paper, but it represented a promise kept. He knelt down and dug a small hole in the earth near the base of the chimney. He placed the deed inside and covered it with the rich, dark soil of the delta. He didn't need a piece of paper to tell him this land was his. His blood was in the mud. His father's spirit was in the trees. That was title enough. He looked around the clearing. He saw the potential that his father had seen. He saw a place to rebuild. He would clear the ash. He would salvage the wood. He would build a new house, not a shack, but a home. A place strong enough to weather the storms, a place where the door would always be open to friends and close to wolves. He heard a sound behind him, a soft rustle of wings. He turned. Sitting on the blackened stump of the porch post was Shadow. The crow looked different today. The red fire in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by the natural black intelligence of his species. His feathers were sleek and shiny, reflecting the morning sun. He looked tired. He looked like a soldier who had finally put down his sword. William walked over to the bird. He reached out a hand slowly, gently. He didn't know if the bird would accept the touch. Shadow had been a creature of vengeance, a spirit of wrath, but the wrath was gone. Shadow hopped onto William's finger. His talons were sharp, but his grip was gentle. He looked at William, tilting his head to the side. He let out a soft cooing sound, the same sound he used to make for Arthur in the quiet evenings on the porch. "It is over, boy," William whispered, stroking the bird's chest. "You did good. You did real good." Shadow rubbed his head against William's thumb. It was a goodbye. William felt it in his heart. The bond had been with Arthur. The debt had been for Arthur. Now that the ledger was balanced, the bird's watch was ended. Shadow hopped back onto the post. He looked at the river. He looked at the sky. He looked at William one last time, a long, lingering gaze that communicated a depth of understanding no human could ever fully grasp. Then he spread his wings. They were magnificent, broad and powerful, spanning the air. With a strong downward beat, he launched himself into the sky. William watched him go. He watched as the black shape rose higher and higher, spiraling up into the blue. He watched until the bird was just a speck against the sun. He watched until he was gone. He didn't know where the bird was going. Perhaps to the deep woods, where the old magic still lived. Perhaps to another place where the innocent needed protection. It didn't matter. He was free. William took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the sweet morning air. He looked at the river flowing endlessly on. He picked up a piece of wood from the rubble, a sturdy plank that had survived the fire. He set it down on the ground, marking the corner of the new foundation. He picked up a shovel. There was work to do. The dead were at rest. The wicked were punished. And the living had a life to build. William drove the shovel into the earth, the sound ringing out clear and true in the silence of the morning. It was the sound of a new beginning. And somewhere high above in the currents of the wind, a black bird drifted on the breeze, watching over the world, waiting for the next storm, but knowing that for now the water was calm and the debt was paid.